Good evening. Welcome to the Costa Mesa Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, May 28th, 2019. I call the meeting to order, and I ask that you please rise with me to pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you. Julie, roll call, please.
Chair Jericho.
Here.
Vice Chair Harlan.
Here.
Commissioner Colbert.
Present.
Commissioner Navarro Woods. Here. Commissioner Zick.
Here.
Thank you, Julie. For the public's benefit and all the viewers at home who are watching, we have a new business item on the agenda this evening, which is a presentation regarding radio frequency emissions related to small cell facilities, which is everything on our agenda this evening, by Dr. Jonathan Kramer. And I'm going to ask that we move the new business item up to just after commissioner comments and preceding public hearing number 1, so that the public and the commission has the benefit of Dr. Kramer's presentation prior to hearing the applications this evening. So we will be moving new business item number 1 up to just after the consent calendar, which actually there is none tonight. Okay. Other than that, there are no announcements and presentations tonight. Public comment. To ensure fair and equal treatment of all who appear before the Planning Commission and to expedite city business, speakers may be limited to 3 minutes during public comment to speak on any item within the Planning Commission's jurisdiction which is not listed on the agenda this evening. This time may be extended for good cause by the chair or majority vote of the Planning Commission. Is there anyone tonight who wishes to speak during public comment? And this is related to nothing on tonight's agenda. If you want to speak on any of the applications for the cell sites, you have to wait till those items come up. Okay? Other than that, if you can speak on anything within our jurisdiction that is not on tonight's agenda during this portion of the meeting. Okay? Yes.
Okay, so it was a great weekend. I hope everybody is signing the petition that lives in Costa Mesa, because we don't want the airport expanded. And if you want a copy of this, I'll be glad to give it to you. And also, a couple things. At the last meeting, I felt, Mr. Derrico, that you were kind of campaigning from the dais, and I don't want any of that in the next 2 years. Please, let's concentrate on our problems in Costa Mesa and not get into politics, statewide, please. Thank you. I thought that was very inappropriate of you. And also, I would like to say, I'm questioning the timing of, I've been watching this for a long time. When it's a sober living situation, it comes up right after the 4th of July, right before Christmas. I kind of resent something as controversial as what we're getting into tonight as coming right after Memorial Day weekend. And by the way, did all of you know about this? Thank you very much. Why does this keep happening in the city of Costa Mesa? I really resent this. We have a right to know what you guys are doing, and I just resent the timing. It was not a good idea, and people did not know this was going on. I'm really thrilled to see everybody here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak during public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. And that brings us to Planning Commissioner comments and suggestions. Commissioner Colbert, do you have anything this evening?
No comment.
Okay, Commissioner Zick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Two comments. One which sort of follows up on that public comment about timing of items. I could probably say that I, too, was not surprised by what came on the agenda. I get the agenda and the items on it at the same time everyone else does, so I don't think there's any any undercurrent of trying to slip things through. But what I would also say is that if you haven't taken advantage of a capability the city provides, which is for you to receive by email notifications of a whole variety of city business items, like when a planning commission agenda is available to the public, when a city council agenda is available to the public. You get these emails. And so you're getting them as quickly as commissions and council members are. The second comment I have, and maybe it's a little bit more of a question, with regard to these planning applications, actually, I'll say that comment. It has to do with notice relative to when installations are completed. I'll hold that comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Woods, do you have any comments tonight?
None at this time,
Okay,
thanks.
Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I just wanted to once again thank staff and our elected officials. I had attended last Friday the grand opening of our brand new library. It is a gorgeous building. It was very well attended opening ceremony. I expect that to continue. It looks like we're going to get a fair amount of use there. And it was also a fairly educational hour-long program. And I don't mean that in a kind of a offhanded way. There was actually a fair amount that I learned about the history of Costa Mesa from some of our elected officials, which I think is important for us when we have new buildings like this being built, for us to understand where we actually came from. So again, I want to express my thanks to staff, and I'm looking forward to using the library, as well as looking forward to phase 2 when we complete Lions Park. And I anticipate, and I really do hope, that this will be a catalyst for more development in that area.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Harlan. I have a few comments tonight. I just would echo Vice Chair Harlan's comments about the opening of the new Duncan Library. I was also in attendance at the event, and it was terrific seeing the community out, celebrating this new facility, and it is really gorgeous. And the number of kids who were there enjoying it, the dozens and dozens of people I saw actually signing up for library cards that first day was encouraging, and it's just really a beautiful facility. And once the entire Lions Park projects are done, the reconfiguring of the old Duncan Library to the new community center and the upgrade of Airplane Park, I think it's going to be terrific, and proud to have been a part of it. Also want to congratulate Jenna Torget and Diane Russell for their appointment to the Planning Commission by the City Council at their last meeting. Jenna and Diane will be joining us at our next meeting. They both had previously, they both had scheduled conflicts with this meeting that were long ago put in place. So, but Jenna and Diane are terrifically qualified people, and I know they'll contribute a lot to the commission, so I'm excited to welcome them. Finally, I want to just congratulate one of our own. Jake Knapp, who grew up in Costa Mesa, went to Estancia High School, learned to play golf at Costa Mesa Country Club at our municipal golf course. On Sunday, came from 5 strokes back in the final round of the Canada Life Open and shot a 64 in the final round to win the Canada Life Open. And so he now is exempt and has an exemption and will be playing in the RBC Canadian Open in 2 weeks, which is a PGA Tour event and considered kind of the U.S. Open, Canadian version of the U.S. Open. But I want to tip my hat to Jake. I've known Jake since he was a tyke, and Jen and Bob Knapp, who have 2 terrific boys, one of them Jake, and who have encourage them to pursue their dreams, and certainly Jake has. So I want to congratulate Jake and the Knapp family. Okay, and that does it for me on comments. Consent calendar, we have none this evening. So that will bring us to new business item number 1. Julie, please.
New business item number 1, presentation regarding radio frequency emissions related to small cell facilities by Dr. Jonathan L. Kramer.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yep, Ms. Lee, please go ahead. And Dr. Kramer, take your time, get yourself set up, and we'll be ready to go.
Perfect. I'm going to give Dr. Kramer a chance to set up and do a brief introduction. Dr. Kramer has been retained by the city to advise staff on matters related to small cell facilities. Mr. Kramer heads telecom law firm in Los Angeles and San Diego. He started his telecom career in the late 1970s as a broadband and wireless telecom engineer. He now has over 35 years of cable, broadband, and wireless engineering experience. For the last 35 years, Mr. Kramer has served over 2,000 private and government clients, as well as a wireless technology and a deployment advisor, compliance inspector, and a telecom site lease negotiator. Mr. Kramer has advised the city of Costa Mesa in various cable and wireless industry matters for over a decade. He is an attorney licensed in California in 2006 and later in New Mexico. Mr. Kramer also holds multiple FCC licenses and license endorsements, and also holds a communications contractor license in California. Mr. Kramer's Master's of Law degree is in Information Technology and Telecom Law from Strathclyde University in Glasgow, Scotland. Jonathan completed his doctorate in law and policy at Northeastern University in 2016, with his thesis addressing wireless sites in residential areas. Dr. Kramer teaches law and regulatory policy to master's students, as well as doctoral students and candidates at Northeastern University. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Kramer for his presentation.
Great, and welcome this evening, Dr. Kramer, and for the commissions and the audiences, just for information, Dr. Kramer's presentation tonight is on our agenda, receive and file report, so it's really not a public hearing. The commission will have an opportunity to ask questions of Dr. Kramer. The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm a geek. That's who I am, and that's been what I've done for a long time. So I'm going to try and not geek out too much tonight, but I'm going to talk about an issue that's very important and very current. Because of Jennifer's prior presentation, I don't have to spend much time on this slide. It does recite a lot of my background. For clarity, however, before I go further, our firm does not work for the wireless industry. We work for local governments and private cell site landlords, so we don't have any inherent conflicts that would be related if we did work for the industry. I'm going to kind of give a bit of a background as to how we got here and how the FCC rules were developed. I'm going to talk about the law issues that center around all of this. I'm going to talk about what a planning commission, what a city is allowed to ask and address in these types of processes, consistent with federal law, federal regulations, and state law. I'm going to then describe some of the technical standards and how they apply and give you kind of a better background to understand where these rules fit in the grand scheme of radio frequency emissions altogether. So that's kind of a roadmap of where I'd like to go. Let's see here. So prior to 1996, local governments were free to set their own standards, and that created a patchwork around the country of different standards, and even adjacent cities would have different standards. That led to a problem in the marketplace that the wireless industry couldn't design consistent and deploy consistent networks. In the Telecom Act of 1996, Congress addressed that by saying essentially that they were pulling back that authority from local governments and vesting the authority to create national standards in the FCC. And they gave them some time to come up with national standards, which is what the commission did. At the same time, while I say they pulled it back, they also preempted local governments from getting into the RF standards business, or for those that were in it already, they basically pulled them out of the RF standards business. So from a legal standpoint, we talk about the fact that the FCC completely occupies the field today in terms of RF safety standards. In the Telecom Act itself, there's this passage, which is very important. I've highlighted it here to really indicate the important parts. 47 U.S.C. 332C7. No state or local government or instrumentality thereof, you are an instrumentality, as the Planning Commission, may regulate the placement, construction, or modification of personal wireless services facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the FCC's regulations concerning those emissions. So that's directly from Congress. That is federal law. It's codified in the Telecom Act. So following that direction from Congress, the FCC did develop standards. They basically went out, they looked at the standards that were promoted by the health organizations, by the military, health standards in other countries. And some were higher, some were lower. This has an impact in terms of the number of sites, but the FCC basically determined what it believed was the correct numbers for the US. The other organizations, as I've already said, health organizations, military, there were independent radiological groups that were consulted, and at the end, the FCC basically created the standards for what's called non-ionizing radio frequency emissions. This is an important concept to understand. Ionizing radiation is the type like X-rays, gamma rays, things that will break DNA bonds. Non-ionizing radiation, and this is only the time you're going to hear me use the R word, is it deals with those things that produce a different effect. And I'll talk about that effect a little bit later in the presentation. So we're not talking about ionizing, we're talking about non-ionizing radio frequency emissions. The FCC developed its standards. They considered the public versus qualified industry workers. In other words, they actually have two sets of standards. One that affects and protects the public who doesn't know that he or she is being exposed to RF, and a different set of standards for industry workers who do have knowledge that they're being exposed and can control their exposure. So it's not a single standard. There are actually two different groups of standards. That's one area that'll be important to think about in terms of how the FCC rules work overall. The FCC also looked at power versus frequency, and I'll talk about why that is in a moment. And also the FCC looks at time length of exposure. So you can see that it's a multidimensional process that the FCC's rules go through in terms of setting standards for RF exposure to the public and separately to industry workers. And finally, the height of the exposure is important too. I'll graphically illustrate that in a slide or two. So this is the chart published by the FCC that provides a visual guide as to the RF standards. Now this is important to understand. The FCC standards, as I said, take into effect power versus frequency. Well, this is the frequency and the power chart. It's not a straight line. There's a reason why it's not a straight line. I'll show that in the next slide. But what's important to know is that the FCC standards are not unitary. They're based on both the frequency and the power level exposure. And this is why. It's because we're water. Most of our body, majority of our body is water. And our bodies absorb radio frequency emissions more efficiently at some frequencies than others. That's why the chart that I just showed you isn't a straight line. It takes into account that at those frequencies that we most efficiently absorb radio frequencies, which is, by the way, around the FM radio band and lower frequencies, in those frequencies, the FCC allows the lowest exposure and then reflects the fact that as water, we don't as efficiently receive RF emissions at other frequencies. There are another group of standards, and I want to differentiate them here. The FCC has actually two groups of standards on top of everything else I've talked about. One are the standards for cell sites, and that's what we're talking about here tonight. But the FCC also has a separate set of standards called specific absorption rate, SAR, that deals with the handsets. The reason is that we hold those phones close to our bodies. So even though they are lower power, the fact that they're closer to us means that they have a different set of exposure standards, and the FCC continues to have separate standards for that. So what are we allowed to do? Congress, the FCC, California allow us to determine whether a site will comply with the FCC's rules for cell sites. We don't get into the SAR portion of it. We don't get into the handset portion of it. Some communities in California have, but for the purpose of this discussion and for really the big discussions on cell site safety, we're focused on the cell site rules. So I talked earlier about height. And when a cell site comes into a community early on in its deployment life, it's typically high to provide a large area of coverage. The church that's just down the street here, right off of the freeway, that's on the east side of the street, has a cell site there. It's up in the bell tower area. That's a high site. It covers a lot of area. It sees a lot of area. The types of cell sites that we're seeing now coming into communities are closer to the ground because the purpose is not to transmit as far. It's to have lower power sites that cover smaller areas. There's some technical reasons, primarily because having lower power sites that are lower to the ground allows them to reuse their frequencies and to more efficiently transmit data into smaller areas. So it's one of those balance issues where they want to transmit high quality signals to small areas as opposed to large coverage areas. So the cell sites that are up on the towers, up on the top of churches, while we still see them, they provide, if you think of it as more of an umbrella of coverage, the small cell sites like the sites that you're getting in tonight are the types of sites that we're going to be seeing coming into the future that provide small area coverage with low power to allow the cell companies to increase the capacity and really spot focus their transmissions to relatively small areas. Small area being roughly 1,000 feet across in diameter. This is an interesting slide, and I want to talk about it because I want to talk about the fact that cell site power, once it's transmitted, drops off very quickly. It's not that the signal is attenuated, it's that it spreads out. And because it spreads out, the amount of power in any particular area goes down with the square of the distance. It's called the inverse square law, in fact. So as you double the distance, you quarter the power. That's simply because the signal's spread out. And it continues and continues and continues to decrease. It's very sharp fall-offs because of the inverse square. Every time you double the distance, you quarter the power, double it again, quarter it again, double it again, quarter it again, to the point where it gets so low that, interestingly, the amount of electrical noise put out by the sun itself overwhelms the signal. So that's why, from a RF safety standpoint, cell sites actually have relatively short controlled zones. The types of sites you'll be getting tonight are measured 5 to 10 feet. And that's it. And that's because the signal spreads out so quickly. This is a picture I took about 2 weeks ago up in Hollywood. I took it because, in fact, AT&T was servicing its cell site at the time, just to show you the inside of what one of these looks like. And it's relatively low power radios, about 20 to 30 watts per radio into an antenna. And again, this is the type of design that serves 500 feet in any particular direction, and that's about it. And this one was it's up in Hollywood, very near a busy intersection. A lot of small cell sites like this provide that spot coverage where, although there's existing service in the area, they need additional capacity. So that's just to kind of give you a visual illustration of what's inside of these sites as when they're actually built. And then I've added there an illustration. The controlled zone on a site like this, and our work for local governments reviewing these, just shows you about 10 feet is the controlled zone from this particular type of site. So what can you ask? As planning commissioners, what you're allowed to ask under state law, under federal regulations, and under federal law is this: does the project demonstrate plan compliance today with the FCC's safety regulations? We talk about plan compliance because the project hasn't been built yet. So that's one of the reasons why your process includes receiving RF safety reports from applicants that show what kind of power they're going to be putting out, what the control zone is. I've had a chance to review samples of the RF safety reports that you get here at the city, and it's very common. Same types of sites that are, same types of reports that are presented to other jurisdictions. Nothing special about that. But the reality is that it's not a very satisfying question, is it compliant? So this is the point where I really want to talk about the FCC rules themselves and how they fit into a grander scheme of impacts on health versus limits on transmission. And to do that, I'm going to use a simple tool. I'm going to use a 12-inch ruler. Instead of techno-babbling about the standards and watts and centimeters squared, I'm just going to use a ruler to illustrate this. So for the purpose of this ruler, which actually the illustration comes from the FCC's rules themselves, let's assume you can't see the top, at least on my screen, but let's assume the top up at 12 inches. That's the point where you can actually measure a physiological effect because of RF. At the bottom is 0. So from our purposes here, 0 to 12 inches. Anyone know what the physiological effect you get at these non-ionizing frequencies are? It's heat. And how do we know that? It's because we have microwave ovens that use RF. They don't change the food, but they cause the molecules in the food to rub together and cause them to heat up. That's the 12-inch mark. So measurable increase in temperature, far less power than inside microwave ovens, by the way. And the FCC had to set a standard somewhere along this ruler as to the maximum exposure someone who wasn't aware that they were being exposed to would be allowed to do it. Any guesses from the Planning Commission? We're on this from 0 to 12, where the FCC said it's 100% standard. Knowing, of course, you don't set it at 12 because you don't set a standard at the point where something you're trying to prevent happens. And you can't set it to 0 because that means no transmission. So does any Planning Commissioner want to take a guess, or should I just move on and tell you the answer? I'll move on. The answer is 0.26 inches, which turns out to be a 50 times safety margin. So the maximum power that a person can be exposed to is 2% of that point, which will actually cause a physiological change. Now, that's what the rules were designed to do. And the FCC, as I said earlier, went out and looked at other standards in different countries. Some of them were less than, for this reference, 0.26 inches. Some were higher. But the FCC basically balanced the power level we could be exposed to, the number of cell sites. If we were, as an example, if we were to take this standard, if the FCC were to cut that standard in half, so instead of being 0.26 inches, it was only 0.13 inches, it would cause a quadrupling of the number of cell sites to cover the same area. It's the inverse square law in operation again. So the FCC decided, after consultation, that a 50 times safety margin between the maximum power a person could be exposed to and the point at which it starts to have an impact, 50 times was enough. Those are the rules that were developed in 1997. Those are the rules that are still in force today. I will tell you the FCC went through a multi-year process to reevaluate those rules recently and found that there was no basis to change them. So those rules are still the same as today. A typical small cell operates at a fraction of that 2% level because, as I said earlier, they want to constrain the coverage to a small area. They're not trying to cover tens of miles. they're trying to cover hundreds of feet. So the power levels from small cells is substantially less than that. So if the project demonstrates compliance with the FCC standards today, then that's really the end of the jurisdiction's consideration of RF. That's as far as we're allowed to go legally under state law, federal regulations, and federal law. So if that demonstration's been made, that's the end of that discussion. Now, there may be other bases in law to consider a cell site, but from an RF standpoint, if it demonstrates compliance, that's the end of that discussion. What if it doesn't? And in some cases, special conditions are required, not for the types of sites you have on tonight, but for rooftop sites primarily. Then you can have warning signs, barriers, and so forth to bring the site into compliance. So the small cells that you're going to be looking at typically will have a small warning sign just below the antennas to warn people that are working up in that area that they're near antennas. And that's actually required by the FCC. It's not that the carriers want to put the sign up, it's actually a requirement of the FCC. Let's see. So what about the future? A cell site goes in today. What about changes that might occur? Well, we're allowed under law to look at what's before you today. We're not allowed to say, well, what happens if the site changes in the future to condition it today? So we look at, and it's fairly typical, the same thing as most other types of planning projects. We look at the project before us and make a decision on that project. Now, in the event that there are changed conditions, for example, if there's a building constructed next to a cell site in the future, what happens? And the answer is the duty is on the FCC licensee to protect the public if conditions change. I want to be very clear on this. The FCC requires that the applicant before you tonight or any other night, if conditions change around the site, that they be aware of it and they have to modify their emissions to comply. So even if a building was built next door to a cell site and was in that 10 feet range, then it's the duty of the carrier to lower their emissions so it still will comply in the future. And they do it at their own cost. It's not something where they can say, well, you're building next to us, therefore you have to pay us to lower our power. So the duty is entirely on the FCC's the FCC's licensee to continue to monitor and in the case of changes, to adjust accordingly. Putting this all together. So I actually co-authored the FCC's Guide to Local Governments on this back in 2000, right after the rules were developed. So I have a sense from inside the commission of how these things were done. I was one of the team of local government attorneys that developed this guidance that's still in use today in the FCC and published on their website. So from my perspective, the rules are conservative. The design of the rules is to make sure that we determine compliance with, but not whether those rules are adequate. It's on the burden of it's the applicant's burden to demonstrate compliance. That's why you get, and staff reviews the RF reports. And if conditions change, it's on the applicant, then the permittee, to make sure that they stay current. And this actually happens. I've got a private client who's building homes next to a cell site, and the cell site will have to change its power levels to comply once these homes are built. So with that, that's kind of the tour from beginning to end. And again, in summation, we're allowed to determine compliance, plan compliance, but at that point, if it is in compliance with the FCC's rules, that's kind of the end of our discussion. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Okay, Dr. Kramer, thank you very much for your presentation. That was very helpful for me. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Dr. Kramer? Commissioner Zick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Kramer, for the presentation. My first question, I was a little confused by something, and it may be a case of apples and oranges. You were talking about this 1,000-foot distance or 500-foot radius
Yes.
of coverage. And then you also, at some point, talked about 10 feet being a distance beyond which the energy level was, these aren't your words, but my impression was so low it's inconsequential. And so can you square for me the idea that if after 10 feet the energy level is so low it's inconsequential, then wouldn't you need these poles a lot closer together than 1,000 or 500 feet?
Yep, two different concepts. The 1,000-foot across diameter is the area that a typical small cell is designed to serve. It doesn't require the maximum power to serve it, so the area is a relatively small area that's covered. That's why we're seeing sites closer and closer now to the end users. So that's the 1,000-foot diameter that I talked about. The 10-foot distance is the point at which the signal is less than that 2% that I showed you. It's less than the maximum. So there are two different metrics involved here. Number one is the larger number is the service area desired by the carrier. The smaller number is the control zone that we worry about compliance with the FCC's RF safety rules. Does that clarify it?
It does. So then my next question relates to that. In my mind and with some of my familiarity with factor of safety, I think of it in terms of what am I trying to provide a factor of safety against. So for example, if the risk I was trying to mitigate was death, then I certainly would want a high factor of safety so that the risk hazard would not even come close to approaching that. But if the measure of 12 inches on your ruler represented temperature increase, in my mind I'm thinking, well, is that a temperature increase of a couple of degrees? I can handle that, that's a summer day. Or is that a temperature increase of 100 degrees, in which case I understand better the 50-time factor of safety against that?
It's even less. The 12 inches is the point where you can actually measure any temperature change. So it's the barest change, it's not 2 degrees or anything like that. So it's the point where you can actually measure a physiological effect, in this case heating. That's the 12-inch mark.
What would be the reason then it would, because that seems like a relatively minimal condition to avoid, why a 50-time factor of safety to protect against that?
Well, again, the commission went out at the time that they were developing the rules, and they went to, they looked at the standards in other countries, they looked at military standards, they looked at recommendations from radiological health organizations, and they basically said, this is the number we think best represents that balance between conservative approach and not inhibiting the industry from developing wireless.
Okay. So my next couple of questions are maybe more like staff questions, but since you're kind of representing staff, I'll put the question out and anybody can respond to it. You talked about the site change conditions and how the FCC would be responsible for responding to those. And you also indicated a critically important point relative to that, and that is that the FCC would have to be notified of this site change condition. And maybe such a condition would be somebody building a second story on a single-story home or something like that. So my question is, what do we have in our processes that would ensure that the FCC gets a notification of a site change condition?
Let me start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to finish up. First off, it's the applicant who then operates the cell site who is responsible for monitoring the condition. The FCC is not involved in it.
Okay.
So it's the applicant who then becomes the permittee. They're responsible initially and at all points going forward with complying with the FCC rules. Jennifer.
Okay.
So from staff's perspective, and we've mentioned before that there are no small cell facilities that have been constructed within the city. So that's why we're having these conversations now, so that we can establish a policy and a practice for doing these notifications. We do have our permitting system in place, and our intention is to use that system to ensure notification occurs for any small cell applicants.
Excellent, thank you. And then my next question talks about the FCC compliance with the installation, and we have a condition of approval that talks about that. But I'll ask my question this way, because I think we're all interested in ensuring that these installations comply with the FCC. But if we're asking the applicant to give us a report when they're done to tell us whether or not they've complied, to me there's kind of an inherent potential conflict there. So can you help me understand how we are ensuring with some amount of robustness in our process that these installations will be FCC compliant?
It is part of the application requirements that staff receive this pre-installation, pre-approval report that is attached to the Planning Commission staff report. So that's step one. We include the condition of approval that states post-installation that we receive a post-installation report. That report is required to be prepared by a third-party licensed engineer who is required to stamp and sign those reports as being true and accurate.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So in the, and I'm looking at, for example, condition number 11 that refers to what you're describing. There's sort of the generic term of an RF engineer. You elaborated and included language like a third party licensed. Is that all understood, or would that language, would it be helpful to have that language be part of that condition?
From staff's perspective, we would not accept a report that wasn't prepared by a third-party licensed engineer, but I think it's helpful to just clarify that if anyone had any different understanding of the meaning of that condition.
Okay. And then my last question, thank you for being patient, Mr. Chairman and everyone. My last question, as I'm understanding it, it would just be the commission asking questions of Mr. Kramer. And I don't presuppose to have the best questions. And I think it's entirely possible there might be members of the public who would have questions that they would like to have answered. And I know that this is not the forum for that. So the question I'm asking is whether we can have some kind of an informal process where if members of the public are interested in submitting written questions to staff, staff could have the opportunity to potentially respond to those questions.
Staff is happy to receive any public comments, and we'll look into it and talk to our consultants and ensure that we provide a response. Happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of Dr. Kramer? Commissioner Woods.
I'm actually 50 times more confused than I was before. I was hoping we were going to have a more in-depth discussion about RF emissions and, you know, how they differ between the different types of cell sites that we see, and how that corresponding, you know, drop in power and frequency, what we would expect a small cell site to look like, and maybe a graphic of how that power and frequency drops off from the source. But I haven't seen any of that. And I appreciate that you were trying to make it very simple, but I'm a numbers girl, and I kind of need to see the math to believe it. So I'm gonna try to condense all my questions. I have 500. But so are there, you mentioned that, you know, as distance doubles, you get a quarter of the power. For a small cell site, and the RF emissions that were established by the FCC, were they only measuring those from a single source? So just a single small cell site, and then measuring the RF emissions and basing your margin of error on that?
There are two answers to that. The rules are based on the emissions of a particular cell site, but different part of the rules requires that if there are multiple carriers that are nearby, on the same building as an example, the next pole over may qualify, that RF evaluation also consider co-located or nearby emissions. Again, that was kind of getting into the weeds, and I didn't want to get down that far. But the answer to your question is that a full and legitimate RF analysis takes into account all of the other emitters that are nearby that could contribute to the total amount of signal in an area.
And so what would be nearby? That's a very vague sort of term.
Well,
You
if
know,
we're
nearby to
talking,
me would be like, something I can touch, or, maybe to Miss Parker, it could be across the street.
if we're talking about a small cell, a good rule of thumb would be within 25 to 50 feet. If we're talking about a big cell tower with high power emissions, then you might even get to within 100 to 150 feet. Again, there are a lot of answers to this. For example, and now I'm going to geek out a little bit. Cell site number 1 transmits that direction. Cell site number 2 transmits that direction. There's no overlapping signal. When they both transmit the same direction, it could be. So again, that gets into the details of looking at the report and looking at the actual site itself and what's around the site. That's really something that's done presumably at the planning level, so that when a project is brought to you, whatever is required to determine compliance with the FCC rules has been done, and you're brought a project that is demonstrated to comply with the FCC rules.
So in our city, we've seen, even though the cell sites haven't been constructed, we've certainly permitted a number of them so far. And many of them come from multiple carriers. We've seen Sprint, AT&T, Verizon. And so how, as planning commissioners, am I supposed to make that distinction and know that, perhaps, and they're all being built on existing Edison poles. And so, if you just look at your own, walk down your own neighborhood and your own street, there's a number of street lights, and I don't know how far, what's the typical distance between street lights? Does anybody know off the bat?
Typically, street lights are 150 to 200 feet separated. It just depends.
Okay, so
Wood poles are about 150 feet.
Okay, and just for the sake of argument, let's say I am, I'm standing in the middle of my block. I've got Verizon on one street light and then AT&T on another street light. How do I know that those signals aren't overlapping, or if they're facing in different directions? And is it so specific? I mean, could they is it literally down to degrees in whether they're overlapping or not? Meaning, like, if one is pointing, sort of emitting that signal at 49 degrees and this one's emitting at 48, will they completely miss each other, or would that be considered sort of on a parallel plane and therefore cumulative?
That would be considered a parallel plane, but something that's important, and I illustrated, but I didn't really talk about it, is that the emissions from a cell site aren't circular. They go out towards the horizon. Very little signal goes down, very little signal goes up. So actually, this is going to sound strange, but one of the areas with the least amount of signal is directly below a cell site, because the signals go to the horizon. They typically will down tilt 2 to 3 degrees, but the answer to your question is, using your example, Verizon here, AT&T here, Sprint there, to the extent that there is a controlled zone, in your example, and given small cells, they don't have overlapping. In other words, they don't have additive signal. And the main body of the signal itself is going to be basically at the center line of the antenna, 25 feet up in the air. It doesn't go down directly. It doesn't go up directly because it wouldn't make any sense. It's a waste of signal.
Okay. And so let's say, if I were to describe a typical home, we have smart meters, we have Apple TV, we have our Nest, we have those, what are those cameras on your door that record stuff? So, yeah. So as a consumer, should I be concerned about the cumulative effects of all of these different wireless devices in addition to a small cell site that may be 19 feet away from my living room?
Well, from your example about the Ring doorbell and the Wi-Fi at home, we're talking about milliwatts of power, not tens of watts of power. And again, because the FCC looked at this from a controlled zone standpoint, and one thing I didn't talk about, which I'll geek out a little bit more, is that when you're measuring emissions, you measure it from 0 feet, ground level, to 6 feet above ground. And that's basically whole body exposure. So to the extent that there's a very tiny amount of signal, you're just not going to get to the point where even the whole body exposure is going to come anywhere near the FCC's the 2% that I used on the example here. A long way of saying that I can only tell you what my opinion is as someone who's dealt with this for better part of 20 plus years, is that I know that this is not an issue. Frankly, we get more exposure to RF from cell phones next to our body than we do from any cell site that's out in front of a home.
Okay, and then have you noted in the literature that you've reviewed if there's been any sort of physiological differences in heat attenuation between, say, a toddler and a grown adult female?
Well, actually, because the FCC looks at whole body exposure, infants have lower body exposure because they're simply smaller.
So it's based on surface area?
Stop. We'll shut the meeting down and we'll wait. Calm down.
Is that because of surface area or because of?
It's surface area, exactly. And that's what the rules are based on. And as both an RF engineer and as a lawyer, I have to look at what the rules are. And the rules are basically designed to take into account that the taller the person is, the more body exposure that they have, the more that they will receive signal.
Huh. Okay. You know, I think what would have been super helpful would have been if you could have merged the RF emissions graphic with your ruler and maybe converted that ruler into a small cell site and then just showed a line graph of how that frequency drops off with distance and what that 1 to 2% tilt, whether it's upward or downward, what that ultimately looks like and how far it can actually go. You know, if it's just 10 feet and 2 degrees, well, how far does that go? That's a triangle. So, how long is that long side? And vice versa with the upward tilt. Anyway, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions of Dr. Kramer? Vice Chair Harlan? Okay, I have a couple. So you mentioned what I call pre-installation RFEME reports that we received, but basically it's a report that studies and reports out on the emissions of a particular product, a particular cell site product that's going to be installed. And we have one of those reports for every one of the applications we have here tonight. They are what I would consider standardized because they were reports were done for previous applications and sites, but because it's pre-installation and it's about this, it's a report about the same technology, it serves as a pre-installation report, satisfies that requirement. However, I notice in these reports that it often says that that the technology is appropriate for this site. And so we have the Harbor Gateway site is one of the reports. But I'm curious as to, well, if another site, for instance, tonight we're looking at one on Enclave Circle, when do the site characteristics become materially different so the pre-installation report is no longer relevant because the site characteristics are so different? So that's I'm kind of...
Yeah, it's a great question. AT&T and Verizon typically operate on multiple bands. That example I showed you, let me go back to it here because it's helpful to show. So this particular site has two different transmitters in it. It's an AT&T site. It's operating on two bands. Typically, Sprint will operate on one licensed band and then one basically Wi-Fi band. T-Mobile will typically operate on one band. So the question is good, and the answer is it depends on who's bringing what forward. Even AT&T and Verizon in some cases will say, we only need one band here. Our coverage on the other bands is adequate. So it's a site-by-site determination, and that's why having site-by-site plans that match up with the RF safety report are the indicia of a full review, of an internally consistent review.
And I would note, we also, a city requirement is, there is a post-installation analysis of the emissions of the, and in that case, it must comply with FCC regulations in terms of the SEC standards. And if it doesn't, I'm assuming for our city, it would probably be true with any jurisdiction, while the carrier is the responsible for complying, it's the jurisdiction that has to kind of monitor. I don't know that these guys would necessarily do it voluntarily, and I suppose it's a code enforcement issue. I don't know how it's done, but the post-installation report is really the kind of the in-field analysis of the technology functioning in that particular application.
Well, the post report, and I want to say that Costa Mesa actually does more than most cities by requiring the certification post-construction by a licensed engineer, and that would be an electrical engineer that's RF qualified. Most jurisdictions don't require that, so you actually go further than most jurisdictions in requiring it. And the good reason for it is you actually want an independent third party who's putting his or her license on the line, making that certification.
Thank you.
So the process works.
And then Ms. Lee, is the third-party engineer who does the post-installation analysis, is that somebody the city retains, or is that somebody the applicant retains?
We haven't had a post-installation report yet, but typically these reports are prepared by a consultant that the applicant hires. Among the other things that we're doing in looking at our process is to have Dr. Kramer advise us on any process or conditions changes. So we're going to take a look at that procedure as well.
So I would be considered, as you're an immensely experienced planner, and I know you know, when you go into deep CEQA processes with complex technical reports, and those technical reports in most jurisdictions are typically supplied by the applicant. They're peer-reviewed. And so I would be very interested in seeing a process where there's a peer review of that post-installation RF analysis. Thank you. I have another question for you. You didn't want to get into it, but I'm curious. Where do SARs fall on that ruler? In terms of what FCC standards, what standards the FCC put in place for SARs? And where do they fall on that ruler relative to small cell sites?
They fall lower because inverse square law, the further you are, the lower the power. These are close to our body, so the FCC's rules take into effect that close proximity, and they have lower power requirements because of it. As a side note, and an interesting technical observation, the closer you are to a cell site, whether it's a large cell site or a small cell site, the phone turns its power down. It's called adaptive power control, because the cell site doesn't want to be blasted by a high power handset signal. So one of the ways that actually SAR exposure goes down is being closer to cell sites. Sounds crazy, but that's how the technology actually works.
Okay. And then if you could put the ruler back up there, which I thought was
Sure.
A good illustration. So at the top there, at the very top, that is red flag, temperature's going up, that's maximum.
That is the point where you can measure the barest increase in temperature. It's not red flag, but it's the point where you can measure a physiological effect because of RF. Now, if we were talking about, for example, a microwave oven, yeah, we'd be up.
Well, that was going to, so I'm trying to put it in terms that I can understand.
Okay.
Is essentially 12 would be if you stuck a frozen pot pie in a microwave oven and ran the microwave for 5 seconds, I'm assuming you might have a half a degree of temperature increase in the pie.
The barest minimum temperature observation, yes.
Okay, so that is, and we're 50 times below that
Correct.
in terms of what the safety standard is for cell sites and SARs.
SAR is even lower than
Even lower
this.
than that, even lower than the 50, okay. Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Vice Chair Harlan.
Yes, a follow-up to one of your questions, Mr. Chair. So I thought you were going in a different direction relative to site characteristics. So my question is, Dr. Kramer, when you responded about site characteristics, it was as defined by the equipment or number of bands that a carrier would provide on a small cell site. I'm wondering if there are actual physical site characteristics in the area that impact.
Structures,
Right.
Right, and its proximity to something else, commonly a building. I've worked on projects where a cell site was immediately adjacent to a building, but because the antennas were oriented away from the building, there wasn't a compliance issue. So you have to look in situ with what's around it to come up with it. And just for clarity, small cells consist basically of, for this purpose, the transmitter and the antenna. So you take into account both the power out of the transmitter and the amount of signal gain from the antenna. So it's not the transmitter, it's actually the signal coming out of the antenna that's actually evaluated. So it's all of the things in the transmission chain to get to the point where the signal leaves the antenna.
Just one more question for me, Dr. Kramer. Is the FCC or does the FCC have any plans to review its standards given the advent of 5G and update those standards or leave them alone? Do you know of any policy movement about re-examining these standards?
Let's talk about 5G for a second. We're currently at 4G. The difference between 4G and 5G basically is how bands of service are connected together. If you think of like one band is one lane of a highway, so if you add another band, you have 2 lanes on the same highway. That's one way that 5G differentiates itself. The way it modulates is different. But in terms of RF, so far, the FCC has taken the position that the signal power level and the frequency are still the dominant effects. Some people consider 5G the standard that actually isn't fully developed yet because it has a different way of modulating the signal, that somehow it's different in terms of how you evaluate RF safety, but that's just not in the federal rules. It's not something that we even consider at the local level. In terms of 5G, we're probably a good 2 to 3 years out before we see legitimate 5G sites going in. There are prototype 5G sites being tested in downtown LA. There are exactly 2 phones that I'm aware of right now that actually will receive the nascent 5G signals that exist today in test markets. So this isn't something where it's been rolled out or is being rolled out. It's still in the early testing stages.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'm going to go let Commissioner Colbert go. I keep saying that. And then Commissioner Woods. That's Stephen Colbert on my mind.
Dr. Kramer, thanks for your presentation this evening. And this is a lot to process. However, I think I have like one simple question, and Chairman has touched upon that initial one, but the second one is, if I take everything into account that you've said this evening as it relates to health and safety, which I think is at the top of everyone's mind, why then does the law not allow for cities to have standards that kind of address or take into account when considering health and safety the potential impacts of that.
Yeah, that was the case before 1997, is that local jurisdictions were able to do that. And the problem that Congress observed was that there was a patchwork of standards all across the country, different standards, different communities next door to another. One would have a standard that was very different than another. And it inhibited the deployment of consistent cell site networks. So it's virtually certain that this will stay at the FCC. Now, in terms of reviewing the standards, like I said, the FCC has gone through a process and has determined that the cell site standards are adequate. They're actually making some tweaks to the SAR standard. But because Congress delegated this sole national authority to the FCC, any changes that are going to occur are going to be prompted either internally by the FCC or by Congress and not at the local level. So we don't have this authority anymore, and the likelihood is that we never will.
Okay. Commissioner Woods?
For the post-construction reports, would the electrical engineer specifically test each, would they go and test each specific location and look at nearby structures and consider the direction of the signal? Or do they just say, oh, well, it's, it's the same model that they've been using, all over the city, and they just extrapolate to each site?
It's the latter.
Oh, they do. So they determine the RF.
It's a paper review. In virtually all cases, it's a paper review because they look at the conditions around the site, they look at the emissions, and then they do the calculations. The emissions calculations, by the way, are typically done on the maximum power that's possible from a site, not the average power.
Mm-hmm.
That's the conservative way of doing it.
Right. Okay. And then my question is for planning staff, my next one. How much of the public was notified about this agenda item?
So this presentation was originally put on the agenda in response to a number of small cell applications that have come before this body, and the commission consistently had questions as to the technical aspects of RF. Although it's not something, obviously we've heard this evening, that the city can consider in its decision-making, we wanted you to have, and as well as the public, to have a basis of information on the technical side of things. The notification for a new business item, it's a presentation essentially that's informational, is to post it on the agenda, and that agenda is posted online. There's no specific notification requirement for a presentation.
So if I'm, my neighbor, Roy, would probably had no idea that this was on here unless she specifically went on the Planning Commission website and looked at our agenda. So that's a little troubling for me because I think what's really interesting about the planning process is coming from someone that is not a planner. As you guys can tell, it's not easy stuff. It's not intuitive. It's not like I can just pull out my biological training and really understand these reports. I really have to study each and every time. And I'm a little disappointed that this topic being such a hot button issue, and I'm surprised that so many of you did show up, thank you. But I really think that this should be elevated to City Council and that we should, again, have this presentation in City Council and, hopefully try to get the word out. Yeah, exactly. Because knowledge is power, and I think that all of us want to empower our residents to be able to make good decisions or not, or just have a sense of, what's safe, what's not safe. Even though this was a great presentation, I really think that it should be spread to, a couple to other different avenues so that we can inform our residents a little bit more completely.
Okay, I'm going to ask staff, and maybe it's a check with Ms. Letourneau's office and with Mr. Bora, that we carve out Dr. Kramer's presentation from the meeting tonight as a separate video along with a copy of his PowerPoint, and we place that somewhere on the city's website so people have access to it and can see it. And then So I don't have any reservations about your suggestion, Commissioner Woods. I think that the council has heard, I think, a few of these recently. I know they're aware also of the community's concern about RF, and it's perfectly within their discretion to either have a study session on it, have Dr. Kramer come back, so the community has an opportunity to ask questions in that kind of a setting. But at any rate, Dr. Kramer's going to be staying here tonight for the rest of the applications. I'm going to go ahead and move that we receive and file his report. Is there a second?
I'll second, and I'd like to add that as an advisory body to the city council, it is, I think, within our jurisdiction to be able to advise the city council that they need to hear this in person. And it's really for the benefit of the residents. I mean, yes, the 5 of us are a little bit more informed, and yes, our 7 members of the city council have discussed it, but not quite in this context. And so I know I, for one, will be contacting my district representative and asking her to bring this up to city council. But I hope that each of you do too, and contact your own district representatives, whoever your city council member may be, and just give them a little push.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Zick.
So I learned a lot of new things tonight, and I learned something new just in the last response to Commissioner Navarro-Wood's question, and that is that this post-installation report is a paper review, and I had been under the impression that it would have been a physical measurement report. And so now I hadn't been too troubled. Now I'm more troubled because well, so that's my comment. I don't like that, and I certainly agree that the city council ought to be seeing this and engaging a little bit. What I'm concerned about is that, and I've said this before, I feel like this is a trust me subject, and I'd rather it be more of a you educate me so I can trust you.
Sure.
And I'm not fully educated. Thank you.
Okay, folks, the meeting go a lot quicker if we avoid the applause. I understand, but it would be great if we could just curb it. Vice Chair Harlan.
Okay, so I want to get to quickly receiving and filing this report, but to me, the takeaway tonight is very clear. There's a limited role that local government plays in regulating this. And even though, as Dr. Kramer pointed out, it seems like the city is doing more than other jurisdictions, the focus of the community's attention should be not simply on the city's elected officials, and I certainly think you should, as I will, talk to them about this issue, but make your state and federal representatives aware of it. This is an issue that has to be resolved if you want any satisfaction at a higher level of government. And so it is certainly within your purview and wherewithal to go to any elected official, but to my mind, you focus attention on the people who actually are responsible for this and have the opportunity to get something done. So again, my advice, certainly contact city officials, but again, this has got to be done at the state and federal level.
Okay, and I will call for the question.
Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I'd like Dr. Kramer to make one clarification on the last point.
Okay.
Please.
Your rules currently don't specify the type of reports you receive post-construction, which is why you'd get the paper reports. But it's certainly within the purview of this commission and staff in crafting conditions to require an actual on-site verification.
And I think when this question was asked previously, staff has said we haven't received any of these reports yet because we have no installed facilities. Our intention was to require a physical measurement, and I think that's probably where your impression was from, Commissioner Zick. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll call for the question on the receive and file motion.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Kramer, don't go too far. All right, and that brings us to public hearings then. Julie, public hearing number 1, please.
Public hearing item number 1, zoning application 19-14, a request for a minor conditional use permit to install a small cell facility on top of a Southern California Edison streetlight pole located within the public street right-of-way near 400 in Enclave Circle. This is a call to report any ex parte communications.
Commissioners, any communications to report? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Julie. Mr. Arias, this item is yours.
All right. Okay, good evening, Chair, Planning Commissioners, Justin Arias, Assistant Planner. I'll be presenting the first item for small cell proposals. As Julie described, this is an application for a small cell wireless facility, and due to the rapid change in wireless technology, these small cell facilities are being deployed to increase the network capacity and coverage, as well as to offload traffic from the larger macro cells that we typically see in this city as monopoles and sometimes disguised as monopines or monopalms. The next couple slides gives a brief timeline of the city's small cell design guidelines. Back in late 2017, prior to the city's adoption of design guidelines, the city was receiving varying designs and configurations from the various carriers. In May 2018, the Planning Commission recommended approval, and the City Council adopted design guidelines and a code amendment related to small cell facility proposals, which became effective in November of last year. This helped assure design consistency amongst the carriers. In January of this year, FCC Small Cell Regulatory Order 18-133 became effective, which gave cities until April 14th to establish design objectives. And in April of this year, the City Council amended the design guidelines to comply with the ruling. So the process, when it comes down to the review process, it can be broken down in 2 separate parts. The first would be determining whether or not the proposal requires a minor conditional use permit. Per Title 19, if the proposed small cell facility meets one of the 3 criteria, including the antenna or equipment not being integrated or screened, the proposal of an above-ground equipment cabinet, or if the facility is located within 500 feet of a residential zone, then it would require a minor conditional use permit. If not, it would be reviewed by planning staff over the counter and would then be forwarded to Public Services for an encroachment permit. For proposals that do require approval of an MCUP, the zoning administrator is the final review authority for minor conditional use permit applications. However, if the proposed facility is located within 75 feet of a residence in a residential zone on a local street, or within 50 feet of a residence in a residential zone on an arterial street, then the proposal would be forwarded to the Planning Commission for review. For the minor conditional use permit review and pursuant to the municipal code, this slide shows the required findings for a minor conditional use permit, which the small cell facility has been reviewed by and is reflected in the draft resolution. Overall, the city has received 70 applications for small cell facilities. The symbols on the map depict the process which each proposal is going through or has gone through. The pink triangles indicate applications that have gone through the minor conditional use permit process, whereas the green circles indicate proposals that went straight to an encroachment permit. Of the 70 applications submitted, 36 have been approved, 25 through the MCUP process, and 11 through the encroachment permit process. 3 applications have been denied, and 31 applications are in process, including the ones on tonight's agenda. And to reiterate again, no small facilities have been constructed to date. Specifically for this request, Verizon is requesting approval of a minor conditional use permit to install a small cell facility on top of a replacement streetlight pole in North Costa Mesa, north of the 405 freeway. The Planning Commission review is required because the proposed facility is located on an arterial street within 50 feet of a residence in a residential zone. Again, the proposal is located near 400 Enclave Circle, adjacent to the Enclave apartment homes, and is located on an arterial street within 50 feet of a residence. This slide provides a proposed rendering of the facility on top of the new replacement pole. As well, the table provides a comparison of the existing pole compared to the proposed pole with the small cell facility on top. This slide shows the city's design guidelines for proposed small cell facilities. The proposed facility meets or complies with the design guidelines with the exception of the location, which is why it is going through the minor conditional use permit. In terms of the location, the proposed pole would be installed 3 feet from the existing pole, and the existing pole would be removed as soon as the new pole is activated. Related to the material and color, the small cell facility is proposed within a shroud mounted on top of a new streetlight pole and would be painted to match the streetlight poles in the surrounding area. And finally, related to the form and placement, the replacement streetlight pole and shroud ratio, replacement pole to shroud ratio is approximately 1:1. The wires and cables will be concealed inside the new pole. The smallest and lowest visibility notification signs will be utilized. The utility boxes will be located underground, and the overall height of the pole will not exceed the 35 feet maximum height. Related to RF emissions, per U.S. code, no state or local government may regulate facilities on the basis of perceived health effects of RF emissions. However, the city has the ability to ensure the facility will meet federal requirements. The applicant has submitted reports regarding RF emissions demonstrating that the facility will comply with federal regulations, and standard conditions of approval for discretionary small cell applications have been applied, including the requirement for the applicant to provide post-construction RF emissions report no more than 30 days after installation. Again, per U.S. code, the city may not regulate the placement, construction, or modification of wireless service facilities in a manner that prohibits the provisions of personal wireless services. However, local governments may require a design that is visually compatible with the surrounding area. In addition to the standard conditions of approval that have been applied to small cell facilities in the past, standard conditions from the city's engineering division have also been included in a supplemental memo this evening. These conditions are related to prohibiting pole boxes in planted parkways, prohibiting above-ground equipment, requiring utilities to be shown on the final plans, and protecting existing street trees and other conditions related to submittal requirements. Well, with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, Class 3 for new construction, and approve zoning application 19-14 subject to conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. Okay, commissioners, any questions for staff on this one item? Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you mentioned 70 applications have been received, 36 approved. Do you know how many of those approved applications have been with Verizon?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I might be able to get that number together.
Okay. My next question has to do with the Enclave complex. Am I correct that that's a 3-story structure adjacent to this pole location?
That's correct.
And would the height of that structure and the height of the pole be an important consideration or inconsequential relative to our ability to influence the question of visual compatibility. In other words, if a person on the third floor now has this pole completely within their view, is that something that then within our purview we can control?
The height of the facility in relationship to surrounding buildings is something that the commission can consider from an aesthetic impact perspective. I would advise just looking at the findings because that consideration would be in the context of the findings of visual compatibility.
Okay, and then I have a question about this idea of the direction of the energy being primarily horizontal, and the indication was maybe a couple of degrees above and below horizon. With a 3-story structure adjacent to where this pole is going to go, it would seem to me to be problematic in terms of the direction of the energy of this pole. Do we, I think part of the presentation, Mr. Kramer, you indicated that the direction of energy isn't necessarily 360 degrees around in other words, in all directions from a small cell site. Did I understand that correct?
Yes, I believe so. At the time of the applicant's presentation, I would ask the question again as to the specific tilt of the facility, but I'll also have Dr. Kramer weigh in as well after.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions of staff at the moment? Okay. I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to please come forward. Good evening, sir. If I could have your name, address for the record. I also need to ask you if you have read the staff report and the findings and the conditions of approval, and if you agree with them.
Yes, I do. My name is Jeff Rome, and I'm representing Verizon.
Okay. The floor is yours.
I think Dr. Kramer presented pretty much what I saw as the issue at hand was the RF. Verizon is looking to enhance their network in the community to better serve the community for safety, communication, and the location of sites are determined by RF engineering. So they go through the city, look at areas that are congested or need support, and then they locate those locations for us and to identify facilities to go on. So in this case, we were, pinpointed to these street lights in the city by Verizon and proceeded to design these sites, or this site, for example, in accordance with that. So we were working with Southern California Edison. They have certain requirements, what we can do, how the pole has to be, how the lights have to be. So we have a very strict amount of constraints in designing the sites. So visually, everything's contained. There are no wires. The pole boxes are all on the ground. The antennas are on the top of the pole in a concealed shroud with the RUs or the radios that support it. In this case, on the enclave, it's set back on the street where the enclave is set back from that. Yes, there's that horizontal question, but in the RF report, if you look at the RF report, it shows colors of where the areas of concerns are. So you can see the coloration basically is all pretty much monochromatic, stating that there is no impact in the surrounding area from an RF standpoint based on the FCC guidelines. So, we've worked with planning pretty carefully on all the sites that we've been working on, some that we've gone straight to encroachment on, taken their heedance to provide additional radius maps to identify proximity to residential. And so I think we've come up with a good design for what Verizon's trying to do. And I think, the one piece about the post-evaluation on the EME or on the RF is I would agree that it not be a paper study, that I would say it should be an in-field study. That's what I thought it was going to be, so that you could actually physically go on site, determine what, concerns you have in terms of identifying how far out, the study needs to go. And we'd be glad to work with you to determine what those parameters should be. Should it be up to the building? Should it be, 50 feet in each direction? But whatever the council and the community wants to see to feel safe about it is what we want to do. So we're not trying to just say, well, the FCC says we can do this, therefore we're going to do it. So I've worked in telecommunications for 30 years. I've built most of the networks in the western United States. And EME has always been a big issue for us. And we take it very seriously. And trying to identify, where the issues are, how do we mitigate those, and how do we make a safe environment for our clients and for our consumers that rely on those clients. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Zick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the presentation that Dr. Kramer gave us, I got the impression that the emanations from a small cell site are not always a 360-degree radiation pattern. Is that your understanding?
It depends on the antennas used for that particular small cell. In this case, we're using a canister antenna that has 3 separate antennas inside of it, basically, so that it shoots in a 0, 120, 240 direction. So it would create a circular coverage for this location around emanating from that. Sometimes you'll see just maybe 2 panel antennas on a site where you can see the panel antennas exposed, and it's mounted like this and like this. So you can assume that one's shooting this way, one's shooting that way, and it's going to have sort of a parabolic coverage around each one of those. The intent of these sites is to provide more of a uniform coverage in these areas to help alleviate congestion.
So not assuming, but because of what you've explained for this location, and assuming maybe that is similar for other small cell locations, what I'm wondering now is about that direction of emanation from this site directly at the 3rd floor level of that enclave structure. And I'm wondering 2 things about that. Number one, how effective is that from your standpoint in terms of coverage to have a building in that direct line of sight? And then number 2, when the infield test takes place, would that mean that the engineer would take his measurements from that 3rd story and from a 30-foot or 34-foot height all the way around? He couldn't do it from the ground, obviously.
I think you have to establish what you want on the post evaluation.
I wouldn't be the expert on that.
Yeah, so I would go to Dr. Kramer and ask him what would be, maybe an appropriate, distance to test, right? And typically for monopoles or small cells like that, I've seen most of the testing taking place on the ground because of, sort of that's where, if you draw the circle around the small cell, basically 3/4 of it's going to be street, sidewalk, right? So the portion that maybe comes into effect of the apartment complex is something to look at. Again, I think we have to establish a distance. Is it 30 feet? Is it 50 feet? Because at a certain point, there is that law of diminishing, inverse law for the propagation. So I don't have that exact number how far it is, but I think it's going to be real close on the apartment complex. My gut tells me that I don't have the exact measurement from the small cell to the building, but my intuition is that it's far enough away that there wouldn't be, the ability to test it at 50, 75 feet away, because we're not going to test it at 30 feet, 50, 75 feet away all around it. So, but it's something that we could look at, and again, look at the reports, figure out what is that distance, and we can look at each site and determine that for each site.
And maybe that distance is the closest structure.
It could be. I mean, that could be, again, if that's one of the conditions is that, we test the site on the balcony of the third floor adjacent across from the building, then that's something that could be a condition of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll open this now for public comment, and we'll have you back up following public comment.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak to this item? The best thing to do is, I think there's going to be quite a few folks, as you can line up kind of along the wall there and be ready to go, and we'll have the first person jump in and get going. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. It almost sounds like the fix is in. We should be talking about degrees. We should talk about wave frequencies, a cellular being vibrated so much over and over for months at a time. It's breaking up the DNA and it's unfolding proteins. Okay. So, first, my name is Craig Anthony Thomas. I'm a husband. I'm a father of a 2-year-old. My family will be within, what I hear now is almost 50 feet of this thing. You can see my window right here, where my 2-year-old will be looking out the window really close to this. So I'm very concerned about this small cell installation, and I want to submit to you a, first I think we should look at the exemption status of this. We now know that there are significant effects that we have from this EMF. And I submit to you a report from the Department of Life Sciences and Institute of Natural Science from Hanyang University, Seoul, Korea. And mind you, there are hundreds and hundreds of researchers and doctors that worked on this report, and it comes out in 2012 from the Clinical Experimentation and Reproductive Medicine. Effect of electromagnetic field exposure on the reproductive system. Let me remind you that we are looking at a 30-year low in birth rate. We don't exactly know why, but I want to add this as a contributing factor. So, the safety of human exposure on an ever-increasing number of diversity and electromagnetic field sources, both at work and at home, have become a public health issue to date. To date, many in vivo and in vitro studies have revealed that EMF exposure can alter cellular homeostasis, endocrine function, reproductive function, and fetal development in animal systems. Reproductive parameters reported to be altered by EMF exposure include male germ cell death, the estrous cycle, reproductive endocrine hormones, reproductive organ weight, sperm motility, early embryonic development, pregnancy success. At a cellular level, an increase of free radical and calcium ion may mediate the effect of EMFs and lead to the cell growth inhibition, protein misfolding, and DNA breaks. The effect of EMF exposure on a reproductive function differs according to frequency and wave strength and duration exposure. In the present review, the effects of EMFs on reproductive function and summarized according to the types of EMF wave type, strength, and duration exposure at a cellular and organism level. In this report, this will cover types of EMF and frequency of exposure, cellular mechanisms of EMF-induced toxicity, human disease related to EMF exposure, changes in reproductive endocrine system by EMF exposure, reproductive toxicity in EMF in females and males, and EMF, developed toxicity EMFs, conclusion and perspectives. Chairman, may I have an extension of 90 seconds?
How many people are going to speak on this tonight? I'll give you 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you. An observation I see that this is exempted for not having a significant effect. I would like to make the argument that the environmental determination of being categorically exempt be invalid for the reason there is significant effect to the provisions of the CEQA. These significant effects are great health risks to the public, which I have produced in Exhibit A. To expand this argument, we can see that this section of the code was written in over 20 years ago. Okay, not only has this technology made incredible advancements, but so has the awareness of this harmful effects on the humans and animals alike, such as the reproductive potential and the reproductive system. I implore you to require environmental impact studies to learn more of the EMF. Okay, moving on. In matters of public safety, why wouldn't we err on the side of caution? This is put on the residential side rather than the commercial side. Give a buffer to the enclave. This is my window right here. I have a 2-year-old, okay? Not to mention that my opinion of the doctor is that he's more interested in the advancement of public EMF rather than the effect of it on the public.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ray Walls. I'm a property owner in Costa Mesa, although it's not exactly affected by this current, but it is by one of the other proposals. I'm speaking in general. I agree with some of your commissioners that this is being fast-tracked way too fast. I would appreciate if we would ask the applicants for an extension to authorize the city to do more studies in this, because this is way too important. Number two is, you keep alluding that there's no choices. Oh, there's a recent California Supreme Court decision that says you have choices. And I don't understand why your staff is failing to bring that to your attention. Number two is, and I have that in my presentation for you to see, and I'd be glad to share it again with you if you choose to. Another issue, alluding to what the gentleman before me said about the health issues, and they keep saying we can't talk about health issues. Well, in the 40s and 50s, it was okay to radiate people with X-ray, and they found that that was false. I'm a Vietnam veteran. We wore Agent Orange. It came all types all over us, and they told us that it was safe. And look what it's done to the veteran population. It's killed them. Another issue is, these are Band-Aid issues, what the cell sites are pushing down our throat. Why aren't we requiring them to make real changes instead of segmentally small changes, where in any given neighborhood, as you alluded, you could have 5 or 6 of these cell sites on a corner. And then, we're hearing your staff hasn't prepared adequately for testing. And when they said paper test, I about fell over. And how about a professional engineer, a PE signing? You keep saying engineers this and that. My understanding is a PE has the stamp. So have that wording in your documentation. There are exempted areas. Guess what? Firehouses are exempted. Seems like a lot of schools and preschools are exempted. Even your own applicant for our property said they wouldn't put it on a street corner because it was too close to a preschool. But they're going to put it right next to our house, which is a bunch of hooey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Milton Alleone, Costa Mesa resident. I think we're all kind of aware that over time these government studies have not all panned out as represented. I mean, we can talk about the fantastic scientific testimony telling us that smoking is safe, saccharin, margarine, et cetera. So, all I'm asking is that, we consider the possibility that there's some fallacy involved in the analysis. And when I look at that very impressive slide with the ruler, I can only come to one conclusion: it's safe. But then I look at the top of the slide and it says temperature. I go, well, that's it? That's the sole basis? There's nothing behind that says temperature is the thing that causes problems, right? I don't know that. I mean, why is it that it's all about just these molecules or whatnot causing temperature? I can say personally that I've probably had one of these longer than anybody in the room since the mid-90s. So I'm 30 plus years onto this, and somebody made a comment about, is there a cumulative effect? I'm a guy, I just keep it in my pocket. I can tell you after the first 20 years, I didn't notice anything, but in the last 10 years, I don't keep it in my pocket anymore, because as soon as I put it in my pocket, my leg hurts.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Becca Walls, resident and property owner. So I'm going to speak again later, but I wanted to bring up a couple points. So he mentioned the firefighters. So I actually provided the reference. It's the International Association of Firefighters, which represents Canada and the United States. And they've actually fought with the FCC and gotten an exemption for all firehouses. So I do think that there is evidence that shows there can be exemptions. And I would think that, of course, we want our first responders to have the best capacity to protect us. But with that, we should be thinking about long-term. You know, those guys are there 24 on, 48 off, things like that. I'm at my home 24 on, 24 on, 24 on. Also, some other things, I definitely have concerns about the third-party reviewer. I absolutely think the applicant should pay for it, but the city should choose the reviewer. I wouldn't want, you know, we know how large systems work. I wouldn't want the applicant to get to choose the reviewer. It should be chosen by the city, but they should absolutely pay for it. Additionally, there is a small cell in Costa Mesa. It's at 20th and Tustin. I understand that this was prior to the ordinance, and so you guys had no ability to control that. But since we do have one installed, I think we should use that as a test. So we should go out, and I understand the ordinance, you guys can't touch that one, but you could go and you could test it, and you could say today, this is what a small cell is capable of putting out. This is what it is to the neighborhood, and if you haven't visited that site, I hope you would. My other concern along the lines with the current ordinance is that from both speaking with Willa at the city office as well as my review, is that as long as they're within the shroud, they can make whatever adjustments they want. And so unless they expand from the shroud, they could go for G5, G6, G12, we wouldn't even know. And you guys only will do a review every 10 years. And you know, grew up with technology, and the way technology works is it gets smaller. It doesn't get bigger. And so it was alluded that to us with the city, oh, well, 5G will look physically bigger. Well, that's not been the case. When things get better, they actually get smaller. And so we may be operating off of 5G, 6G. We may not even know what cell service is going on. And so for those reasons, I just asked for further review. Also, maybe the ordinance could be adopted. Again, both that the city gets to pick who the reviewer is, as well as any changes to the cell are brought back to you guys. Because at this point, staying within a shroud, gosh, with technology and how fast that goes in 10 years, who knows what could be on that pole. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. My name's Sandra Rios. Just wanted to bring something up in terms of what the World Health Organization has put out. In April 24th of 2013, they have a new monograph, and it explains why the WHO classified mobile phones and cell towers as possible carcinogenic for humans. These forms of electromagnetic radiation have been categorized as group 2B carcinogens, along with lead, automobile exhaust, and toxins. And here, children are particularly vulnerable, as the average exposure for the use of any of these items is a factor of 2 in a child's brain. Now, one of the proposed sites is on 1641 Labrador.
Ma'am, I would just ask that you can find your comments to this particular location for this particular public hearing.
I'm sorry?
You can address, so
Okay,
this has
well,
to
what
do
I
with
can say
400
is-
Enclave Circle.
Okay, what I was
Keep it-
going to say,
all
that
right.
we have to be certain that these cell phone towers are not around preschools, high schools, libraries, public parks, because at this point, we really don't know. We don't have any studies that has continuous exposure to these radiations. You can go out and do a test, but I mean, what is it in terms of continuous exposures? I think we really need to be careful when we talk about this.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Robin Leffler. We have one coming into our neighborhood right by my house, and I am going to speak to that, but I just want to stand with my neighbors at the Enclave, because I consider everybody in this city a neighbor, and that we should all have the same consideration. I know a lot of people think Mesa Verde gets special favors, but I don't know if that's necessarily true. But I certainly want to see that these people get the same protections, and that we all get the same protections. So I want to point out that a newborn baby, when you put a baby in a crib, you usually have the crib jacked up to the highest level so that the baby's not going to be crawling over the rails. So it would be about there. It would be exposed to whatever radiation is coming in to the apartment at about this level, not that level. So it can be very harmful to a newborn. They're not below the height level because they don't stand up and walk around on the floor when you first get them. And I wanted to say that I don't like the viewpoint that the FCC rules have residence over a barrel. If any of you know the etymology of that word, you realize that that one of the definitions can be a very harsh but accurate way to put it. We're being forced to submit to something invasive to our bodies against our wills. And this should be something that I hope that the Planning Commission will protect us from, and pass it on to the City Council and ask them to make the final decision on it with a recommendation that they do everything in their power to protect the health and well-being of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, quite a few things. I agree with everything that everyone just said. And also, I appreciate that two of our commissioners, Mr. Zeke and Ms. Woods, really are not feeling comfortable with this. And I just wanted to say really quickly that prior, several of you have had to recuse yourselves when there was anything involving cell phone situations. So if you don't have clients right now, that's fine. But if you do, I want you to recuse yourself. Mr. Righeimer had to recuse himself every time because his involvement with Verizon, and he owned Verizon stock. So if any of you own cell phone stock, or the holding company that owns it, you should recuse yourself. Okay, so I'm so glad the 2 speakers ago brought up the small cell phone tower on 20th and Tustin. I don't know why you didn't mention that, because it's there for the entire city to go and observe, and I think she made a really good recommendation. I would love to send Dr. Kramer over there, because just the noise alone, I'm hard of hearing. You can't believe the humming noise. If anyone wants one of those near your house, I think you're not thinking properly. Plus, your property value will go down. At least in Pacific Palisades, where they are also fighting this issue, your property value goes down. I think it's 15 to 20%, and they have signs on the bottom of these that say, do not stand, danger, do not stand within 5 feet of this pole. And I appreciate, having just been Memorial Day, our veteran coming forward, I was sitting here making a list of all the things that everybody said were just so safe, and I have Agent Orange and Roundup listed as number 1. How about that water in Flint, Michigan? That was really safe. How about tobacco? How about vaping? Now they say vaping is worse than tobacco. How about those Boeing jets? Those are really safe, aren't they? Oxycontin, that's really safe. What are we doing here, folks? It's just like our marijuana situation and our sober living situation. I don't think we have a handle on it. And what I really, really, really resent is that one on 20th and Tustin was put forward without anybody in the city knowing about it until the surrounding residents went kind of berserk. There's been 3 deaths from brain cancer on the cul-de-sac right by it and 1 backing up to it. I think you ought to know about that. And I also believe that I smell a rat with Mr. Righeimer and his association with Verizon, and I want to know why this city is, once again, I don't see these all over Newport, I don't see them all over Huntington Beach. Why are we, once again, just like the dumping ground for all this stuff? I don't get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay, I will ask the applicant to come back up and offer any final comments. We may have some questions for you.
All right, just a couple things. The site on 20th and Tustin, I don't have a visual on it. My guess is that it's not a small cell. There's different sites out there. We have what we call flagpoles, and we've used those for many years. They're canister sites on poles, but they're still a macro site. It's hard to explain, but I don't want to sort of gloss over it, but I will go take a look at that one just to have it in my understanding. But my intuition is that it's probably a macro site with equipment nearby. The whole thing of a small cell is And the nomenclature for a small cell is probably misleading, is that it's still a cell site, right? So we have cell sites that are on pine trees, and we have cell sites that are in buildings, and we have cell sites that are on light standards. The difference with a small cell is that all the equipment is remote. Everything's brought in via fiber. So it allows us to locate coverage in areas that we couldn't locate before, because typically we always had the issues of where are we going to put the equipment. And we had a fair amount of equipment, anything from 8 by 10 to 10 by 20. So anyways, it's not really a big issue. I just wanted to address that. As it relates to mods, my understanding is that any modification that Verizon would seek to do in the future would go through the city's planning and building department and be open to whatever requirements they have. Typically, we would do, drawings, we would do updated EME reports, we would do whatever else was required for a modification at that time. So it wouldn't be something that Verizon would just go out and do without getting permission. And then thirdly is, as it relates to Newport Beach and Huntington Beach, we are working on both jurisdictions right now with similar projects. So they are reviewing and approving them as well. So just to give, some piece to that. So same types of sites, same types of things, same types of issues, same types of questions, but they are being implemented in all the neighboring cities. So thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sir, I think there's a few questions for you. Sorry. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't want him to get too far.
Yeah.
So I have one question for you. I have a few for staff in a minute. One of the speakers was questioning the location of the pole and whether it could possibly be sited across the street from the enclave. Is that something that you have looked at or considered?
When we get the site from Verizon, they pick a particular pole and location for coverage. And so what we look for is the viability of that location because they have other sites that impact where poles go to be located. And then when we met with planning, nothing was brought up of looking at alternate sites. So no, we did not look at alternate locations.
And it wouldn't surprise me the planning wouldn't have brought it up because this was a concern by a specific resident who lives right next to the proposed location. And so what would be involved in you taking a look at a pole across the street for viability? I'm figuring it'd only be 40 to 60 feet away.
It would have to go back through Verizon's RF department. We'd have to work and look and see what Southern California Edison's plan is, if there is an SCE pole in the proximity that would meet the objectives that they were looking at. So I don't have a quick handle on what light standards are across the street. Typically they stagger them, so it wouldn't be one right across the way. And again, sometimes street lights are on one side, not both sides. So it's hard to, yes, something we could look at, yes. It's not something that can happen quickly though, so.
And I wouldn't ask for an answer while you're standing here, but since you do represent the applicant, I'm asking if that's something that you think you could look at.
I could present it to my client, yes.
Okay. I have questions of staff. Should I hold those, Mr. Chairman?
I want to see if the other commissioners have any questions of the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you? Apparently not.
I had the
Commissioner
same
Woods.
question that Commissioner Zick asked, so I'll just wait for this answer.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll close the public comment portion of the public hearing and ask commissioners if there's any final questions of staff before I close the public hearing. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, sir. There was, this is a question for Dr. Kramer, and recognize the doctor is not a medical doctor, and some people might have thought that that was the case. The question relates to the comment from a member of the public where he was concerned about and drawing a connection between EMF and adverse effects to reproductive function. My first question is the term EMF generic, meaning that would cover the complete spectrum from radio waves to X-ray to gamma? Is EMF a generic term?
Yes.
Okay, so if there was a report that was put together by scientifically astute professionals that drew a connection between EMF and adverse effects to reproductive function, one would obviously need to understand better the specifics of the EMF that were creating that adverse effect.
Yes.
And from your presentation, I am inferring that it's not likely at all that the EMF that would be causing the adverse effects to the reproductive systems would be the kind of EMF coming from these small cell sites.
I won't even comment on the report. It's outside of your purview to consider.
Okay. The next question I have for staff, and I don't remember this, when we put a notification out for this item, was it to all property owners and residents within 75 feet or 500 feet of the location?
Our public noticing requirements is 500 feet from the project site.
Got it. And so then
And sorry, to reiterate, it is property owners and occupants now.
Got it. Thank you very much for that. And so my question relative to that is, if and when we ever get one of these installed, and I'm assuming we will, and we have a post-installation report that's completed, have you considered by what process these same property owners, residents, and occupants will be notified that this post-installation testing report is available for their review? Or maybe my question is, could you consider a process by which there's another notification?
There's currently no requirement or procedure for a post-construction notification. If it's something that the commission would like to suggest that staff look into, we can do that. There isn't a similar post-construction notification for other similar types of construction, but it's something we can consider.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any more questions of staff for Commissioner Woods and then Vice Chair Harlan? Oh, no, go ahead. Commissioner Colbert, do you have any?
I just
Vice
have
Chair Harlan.
one. I just want to kind of get some clarification on the alleged small cell site at 20th and Tustin. What is the status of that? How do we describe it? When did it get approved? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Not for you. Staff can answer that.
Thank you. It's our understanding that it is a macro site. It's not a small cell facility. Obviously, it was installed a very long time ago, as mentioned by a member of the public, prior to the city having a code requirement or applying the minor conditional use permit process. If that same facility was proposed today in public right-of-way, it would require an MCUP and come before this body.
Okay. Commissioner Woods?
Yeah, I just want to bring up a couple things from the public comments. Is there any, in the conditions of approval, I know number 5 talks about substantial modifications to the physical dimensions or antenna. So if the antenna were to upgrade from 4G to 5G, would that have to come back to planning staff for approval? Does condition number 5 cover that or not so much?
So from staff's perspective, what we're talking about, because our authority is limited to visual compatibility and aesthetic review,
okay.
If the technology changes, but it creates no physical change to the configuration, from a visual perspective, it appears the same, it likely would not go back through the process. There's also some federal guidance that essentially prohibits a city from reviewing technology changes of that type unless it does constitute some sort of major modification.
Oh, wow. So if they do change to 5G, we can't even, I mean, I wouldn't be able to propose a condition that says, in the event that you change the technology, we would have to be notified.
That is my understanding. We'll confirm here and take a look at the federal regulations and ensure, but I'm very certain that that's what it says.
Okay, now I'm going to ask kind of a prickly question. I apologize in advance. But why do we even review these if we've watched a presentation that we can only ask one question? And so why are we here? Why are we even spending time on this? Why am I even reviewing this if I can't ask any questions? I can't add any conditions of approval. As a body, we're pretty limited in what we can do.
It's an understandable question, and I think it's important to understand that the city in general is very limited in what it can review. And the federal guidelines spelled out very specifically a city's authority, and it was to review a facility related to aesthetics.
Okay, and so related to aesthetics, let's just talk about that. Why doesn't planning staff? I mean, it seems to me that part of the process should be for the applicant to provide alternatives. That's certainly done in the CEQA process. You do an alternatives analysis for, any project, even a project that isn't likely to have impacts. You always choose alternatives and try to come up with the best scenario for the desired outcome. So I'm a little confused on why, if City Council has elected to bring any projects within 75 feet of residential to planning staff for review, why wouldn't we require sort of an alternatives analysis for light pole locations? So for example, what we heard from the applicant was that it wasn't even asked of him, even though across the street there's a lima bean field that's huge, a lot of light poles right in front of it that probably wouldn't bother anyone if the Verizon cell antenna was placed there. Well, it seems to me like there's a little gap right there, or a potential loophole in the planning process where we could be requiring applicants to consider at least one other alternative location in anticipation of any aesthetic concerns.
So we do typically talk with our applicants about alternative locations. If we see, for example, that there is, we've had scenarios come before this commission where there was a light pole directly in front of a window or something like that of a residence where it was a very obvious aesthetic issue. We usually do talk with applicants about alternatives, and even in this case, we talked generally about alternative locations. The city is limited as to what we can force an applicant to do in terms of the location of a small cell facility. If they demonstrate that it's necessary to provide service, that's another limitation that is on the city. But it's certainly something that staff can do moving forward is to talk to applicants about alternative locations anytime it's on the same side of a street as a residence. Since the aesthetic issue is the only one under our purview, and since we adopted design guidelines and the design of all of these facilities are now coming forward in a very streamlined fashion with very minimal change from an aesthetic perspective, staff has been relying primarily on the design guidelines for the aesthetic considerations.
Okay, so there's room for improvement if you're only using those few factors to evaluate each case.
SB 649 was vetoed by Governor.
Sorry, sir. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yes, one more thing. Well, I guess maybe I'll make them, when we get to the motion, there was a change in the conditions of approval that I wanted to include. And that had to do with.
Yeah, I haven't even closed the public hearing yet, so.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. I had a question for Dr. Kramer that I wanted to ask, and I forgot to. There was a reference earlier to, and my loose statement of the reference was that the firefighters won't allow these to be installed at their facilities. Before I get specifically to that question, that's the neighborhood of my question. There was a document referenced by one of the public speakers, and I happen to be looking at it, and you may have seen it, and it's from the International Association of Firefighters, so not our local Costa Mesa firefighters, and it doesn't say that they're prohibited. What it says is that they simply are taking a position that they oppose the use of fire stations for et cetera, et cetera. My question to you is, are you aware of any public agency organizations that prohibit the location of small cell sites at their facility, whether it be fire station, police station, hospital, any public agency.
Yeah, it's not prohibited at state law. There is a state law that actually takes fire stations out of a expedited review, but it doesn't prohibit fire stations at all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Or
Mr.
any other
Chairman.
government facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question of staff. And maybe this is something that you may have to kick around with Mr. Curtis at some point, probably sooner rather than later. Is it, I'm looking for administrative efficiency based on a finding I think is going to pop up. What is the staff's preference with respect to the conducting and verification of a post-construction in-field study? Would it prefer that the applicant provide that and the city peer review it, or the city provides the engineer and the applicant pays for it?
From the city's perspective, I think our preference would be a peer review. That's our typical procedure when we have other technical studies that are prepared by an applicant's team. We can do either, but the peer review is probably a more streamlined way to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and ask the commission if there are any other comments or a motion. Did you have a motion? You said you had a motion?
I don't have a motion.
Okay, no motion, all right. Okay. All right, so I will make a motion then to approve zoning application 19-14, subject to the findings in Exhibit A and conditions of approval in Exhibit B, with the additional conditions of approval from the city's engineering division supplied to the commission in the May 28th supplemental memo. Also, modifying condition number 5, if I can find it. I'm sorry, condition number 11. Within 30 days of the installation of the telecommunications, the applicant shall submit to the City Development Services Department a in-field radio frequency analysis from an RF engineer, which details the amount and location of emissions from the telecommunications facility measured in-field. Such study shall be peer-reviewed by the city of Costa Mesa. I don't know. Mr. Preziosi, is that a condition that's workable? Staff, is that a condition that's workable?
I think from staff's perspective, to say that the study will be reviewed and approved by the city of Costa Mesa gives us the latitude to determine how that approval comes about, and we can provide an internal procedure that would essentially say, obviously, I'm not a licensed engineer, for example, so I would not be the appropriate person to do that.
I understand, and I don't know whether or not an in-field study and a peer review can be done within 30 days, so from a regulatory standpoint of administering that condition, I'm perfectly content with Mr. Curtis and your staff figuring out how that works. But I agree with that a paper report isn't going to do. I wouldn't do it from my perspective. I think it needs to be a in-field scientific analysis with instruments of, what the distance is. I don't know. You have to work all that out. Have it peer reviewed, and then those reports ultimately go up on the website as we talked about before. But so that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'm going to present a substitute motion, Mr.
You may
Chair,
do that.
if I will.
You may do that.
And I'm going to just go out on a limb here, only, I don't know why, my gut's just telling me to. So my substitute motion would be that we continue the item so that the applicant's representative can evaluate alternative locations due to the aesthetic concerns of placing this facility in front of an apartment building.
Okay, there is a substitute motion on the floor from Commissioner Woods. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Zick seconds. Open for discussion.
So the location of the pole, moving it across the street is something that a member of the public is interested in. The applicant suggested that that's something that could potentially work for them. And if continuing the item allowed that to work out to the satisfaction of both parties, then to me that's a win. There's a problem though, and so I'm seconding for simply for the discussion. There's a problem with this though, and the problem is that the next application is going to be another pole next to somebody else's house. And they're going to say that I don't want that by their house. Move it down next to my neighbor's house. Move it a block over. And then that neighbor is going to say, well, I don't really want this by my house either. And so I think relocating these poles to alternate locations is a very slippery slope. In this case, it might have worked, and it might work. But for the people that are here to speak on the other items, it's not likely to work. So I just think that this is a very slippery slope to go down. I may not support the motion.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Sure, Commissioner Woods.
I think that's a really good point. I do. It is a slippery slope. But, you know, something that Ms. Lee said that really kind of resonated with me. It was the fact that, you know, they don't require any sort of alternatives analysis. And, you know, most types of projects that are conducted in our city, or even, and I guess I'm mostly speaking from environmental projects that occur in Orange County, we always have an alternatives analysis, and it could be based on, you know, some of the projects I'm involved in, it's due to species protection or habitat protection, but it's also for protecting public right-of-ways and protecting wildlife viewing opportunities. And I think this is, you know, sort of along the same lines. I agree. I think there's some neighborhoods where moving it down to one pole or another pole, it's not going to matter. I mean, like if you, let's say Verizon decides to come to College Park, there's nowhere you can go. Eventually, it's going to end up in front of somebody else's house. But then there's some areas, part of our cities, like this one, where there's a lima bean field right next door. And there was another situation. I remember I voted against another cell tower location where there was, I want to say it was on Cortez Street. I can't remember the street name, but there was, where they wanted to locate the small cell facility, there was 24 two-story windows that looked directly at it. And I just said, well, why don't you just move over 100 feet to the next light pole, because only 12 windows are going to look at it. And I lost the motion. Everyone voted against that. But I think it's a valid point. I think that we should have some sort of, if you're looking at a neighborhood and you draw, say, a 75-foot circle and you see that there's other areas that, you know, where there isn't residential, or maybe there's commercial that's not occupied, you know, it's only occupied during business hours, why not move it? If that 75-foot radius is within, you know, just a dense single family or multi-residential neighborhood, and even if you move 100 feet over, it's not going to make a difference, well, then it doesn't make a difference. But at least you've gone through the thought process. And so I'll stand by my motion.
Okay, any other comments on the substitute motion?
Yes.
Vice Chair Harlan.
Mr. Chair. I respect Commissioner Navarro-Wood's offer to try and come to some sort of compromise on this. And obviously it seems to have some appeal to the public here tonight. But I do share Commissioner Zick's concerns about the slippery slope, for one. And secondly, it gives me great heartburn to even think that we should be offering some kind of alternatives analysis when that's not what's required of the applicant. I'm not comfortable at all with legislating from the dais here. I mean, that's strictly a policy consideration, and one that should be entered into is a regulation for the city. I think that, we have to look at the fairness of the process, and we have a public open hearing process, but we also allow the applicant to have some understanding of what the expectations are. So I think to change the rules at this point is highly inequitable, and I can't be supporting the motion on that basis.
Chair DiArcol.
Mr. Preziosi.
Thank you. Prior to calling for the question, I would suggest that the commission consider the following issues. One, whether or not continuing this hearing back to the planning commission will impact the shot clock the city's under. And two, whether or not the applicant would consent and thereby waive the shot clock if that is in fact the case on behalf of the applicant. And then three of the applicant's representative actually has the authority to consent to such a waiver. And I would have Dr. Kramer speak to those issues if the commission is so inclined to hear that.
So thank you, Mr. Preziosi. That's wise counsel, particularly on the shot clock issue. And for the public's edification, that is essentially there's state law, correct? That the legislative body or the planning commission has to act on an application within 60 days or 90 days, depending on the type of facilities. And if there's no action taken, it's automatically approved. So that's the shot clock that Mr. Preziosi talked about. So if we delay this and this application extends beyond 60 days, they're automatically approved no matter what we do. So that's another little wrinkle that authorities further up above us decided to do. Anyway,
Chair DiArcol, there are two shot clocks, though they're not called that. There's the Permit Streamlining Act, which applies, that's state law, but there's also the federal regulations, which detail what's commonly known as the shot clock.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I echo Vice Chair Harlan's comments exactly on the substitute motion, so I'll call for the question on that one. That's okay. It's your motion. On your motion. That's right.
That motion failed 1-4 with Commissioner Colbert, Chair DiArcol, Vice Chair Harlan, and Commissioner Zick voting no.
Good to see you're looking out for us.
Okay, and that brings us back to the original motion for application approval. Let me make sure I get my... So get, sir, please. So approve zoning application 19-14. Find the project categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA guidelines section 15303 class 3 for new construction, subject to findings, conditions of approval, including engineering department conditions and including the modified condition offered by the chair. Call for the question.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Zick.
I wanted to comment on that.
Sure, I'm sorry.
I'm going to be supporting the motion, but not for the reason that many people think. I think Commissioner Navarro Woods asked the operative question, probably the most enlightening question tonight, which is, what are we doing up here? Yeah. And the problem that we have right now is that there's a public perception that we're doing something up here, that we can say yay and we can say nay. That's usually... excuse me, sir.
Sir, so please do then. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Zick, proceed.
Thank you. So there's a perception that this is one of these discretionary decisions. We can say yes and we can say no. And I think in that circumstance, you'd be right to have the concerns that maybe that gentleman expressed, a frustration that we're not listening to the public. The problem, and if you've been listening, is that we have very limited discretion over what we can do. the federal government basically mandates that we can only control the aesthetics. And that's not what most of the people here are concerned about, but that's the only lever we have. And so I understand your frustration. And when Chairman DeErico said that what you probably need to be doing, or maybe it was Vice Chair Harlan said, you should be lobbying your state government, your federal government. These are the people that have made the rules, not us. So we're in a really tough spot here because you're looking at us as the people who are looking out for you. But we don't have a lever that says no based on the things that you're concerned about. So I think what you should take some comfort in, if you heard the additional language in the conditions of approval that the chairman proposed, these are things that are going to go a little bit further than what we had before we started tonight in terms of providing in-field actual measurement testing as opposed to some paper review. That's a better place than we started. And right now, it seems like that's about the best we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Ms. Lee.
There was no second recorded for the motion. If you could clarify the second, please.
Second.
Is there a second? Seconded. The motion was seconded by Commissioner Zick. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for making sure we do that. Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say I agree with my fellow commissioner 95%. I'd actually say it's about 100%, but my perspective is a little bit different on this. We do have discretion, and you're correct, it is limited discretion. And the way in which we exercise that discretion is by looking at aesthetic considerations, which clearly offer no comfort to anybody tonight, because as commissioners, they pointed out, that's not the issue of concern. But he's correct in pointing out that we do have the lever of including additional conditions of approval. And by its nature, a minor conditional use permit is discretionary, and that's how we do exercise that discretion. And if anything, tonight points out that there may be other ways for us to tighten those conditions or at least explore other options to try and get at some of the issues that the public does have concerns with. I have to note that this is a very unsatisfying discussion for all of us. And we've got a handful more ahead of us. It's one of those situations where we are in many ways kind of handcuffed by law, but we are presented by the public with a very strong, passionate, emotional appeal. And it is hard to make those decisions. I think we're doing the best that we can given the circumstances here, and I find no legal reason why I can't support the motion. Again, it doesn't give me any comfort. I'm sure it doesn't give anybody in the public comfort on this. But I will offer that if in fact this does pass and the public does have some concerns, you have another way to pursue this. You can ask for the council to pull it, or you can appeal it. And that is, again, a little difficult for us in the Planning Commission because we're stuck in the middle. So this is your first opportunity, and if it's not favorable to you and you feel like you want additional recourse, you have that option available.
Commissioner Colbert, do you have any comments? Okay, thank you. It is. We're decisions we make on these applications are essentially we do it with almost both hands tied behind our back. We do have some discretion, as the vice chair pointed out, but I can make no findings relative to aesthetics to deny the application, and the health and safety aspects we know what those are now, and we're not able to kind of wrestle with those per federal law. I will say, as a general matter on these going forward, before I call for the question, I do not want to see any more just off-the-shelf RF, EME pre-construction reports anymore. They may put all the same words in it, but I want the site location on the cover, and I want the report to reflect the site location, because the site characteristics may differ a little bit, but just from an administrative standpoint, it just looks better. And if somebody ever decided to challenge something like this, they'd throw out and they say, well, this report, is for a different site, and even there's a disclaimer on it. It's just, the applicant provides this. Tell them to do some word processing and fix the report so they reflect the site application. I don't want to see this anymore. It's dumb. It's a waste of paper. Beyond that, I will call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay, and that decision is final in 7 days unless appealed to the city council. And I'm going to ask that we take a 5 to 7 minute break, please, so I can stand up. Okay, we'll come back in session, please. Do we have?
If they do have a wire, they'll encase it afterwards, so there is no wire.
Okay, folks, if we could get back in our seats. The meeting's been called back to order. Sir, I need my staff now. Thank you. Yes. Good. We all need them. That's what makes them feel important. Julia, public hearing number 2, please.
Public hearing item number 2, zoning applications 19-31, 19-33, and 19-35. Request for 3 minor conditional use permits to install small cell facilities on top of a Southern California Edison street light poles located within public street rights-of-way near 1772 Oriole Drive, 3007 Country Club Drive, and 2926 Clubhouse Road, respectively. This is a call to report any ex parte communications.
Commissioners, any communications to report? Okay, hearing none. I will, for the public's benefit, state that this is 3 different zoning applications for MCUPs. We'll be hearing them under one public hearing, but we will vote on each resolution separately. All right, so Ms. Walsh, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Caitlin Walsh, Assistant Planner. The 3 applications before you are requests for minor conditional use permits to install small cell facilities on top of Southern California Edison streetlight poles within the public rights-of-way near the addresses Julie just mentioned. As mentioned in the previous staff presentation, a total of 70 small cell applications have been submitted to the city. Of the 70 applications submitted, 36 have been approved, 3 have been denied, and 31 applications are still in process. To date, no small cell applications have been constructed. The applications before you are requests from Verizon Wireless for 3 minor conditional use permits for small cell facilities in the Mesa Verde neighborhood of Costa Mesa. The applications are being presented in one public hearing because they incorporate the same design and configuration and are clustered in the same area of the city. As Justin mentioned in his overview of the history and processing procedures for small cell applications, these applications require an MCUP because they are located within 500 feet of a residential zone. Additionally, Planning Commission review of these applications is required because the facilities are located within 50 feet or 75 feet of a residence in a residential zone. The first proposal is located on a local street near 1772 Oriole Drive at the intersection of Oriole Drive and Tanager Drive. The proposed facility is located within 75 feet of a residence in a residential zone and is surrounded by single-story residences. The next proposal is near 3007 Country Club Drive, which is on a local street within 75 feet of a residence in a residential zone. Properties in the surrounding area are zoned R1, single-family residential, and are a mix of single-story and 2-story residences. Lastly, this proposal is located on an arterial street near the intersection of Clubhouse Road and Mesa Verde Drive West. This facility is proposed within 50 feet of a residence in a residential zone and is surrounded by a mix of single-family and multiple-family residential uses. Here are renderings of the proposed facilities. Each facility complies with the maximum height. The antennas and supporting equipment are integrated within the equipment shroud, and there are no above-ground cabinets or equipment proposed. The table in this slide shows a comparison of the equipment specifications for each small cell proposal. As mentioned, each proposal incorporates the same streamlined design and configuration with the RRUs and antennas enclosed within a shroud, which is approximately 1-to-1 with the proposed SCE replacement pole, consistent with the design guidelines. This slide shows the city's design guidelines for small cell facilities. The proposed facilities comply with the design guidelines with the exception of the location as mentioned. In terms of compliance with the design guidelines, each replacement pole would be installed 3 feet from the existing pole location. Each facility and its support equipment would be designed, textured, and painted to match the existing streetlight poles, and the replacement streetlight pole and proposed shroud would be at an approximately 1-to-1 ratio with the wires and cables located inside the poles. Additionally, the smallest and lowest visibility notification sign would be utilized, and visibility would be located underground. Utility boxes would be located underground to reduce right-of-way impediments and visual distractions. And lastly, the overall height of the pole will not exceed 35 feet in height, which meets code requirements. As it relates to the city's review of RF emissions, no state or local government may regulate facilities on the basis of the perceived health effects of radio frequency emissions. However, the city has the ability to ensure that the facilities will meet the federal requirements. Additionally, the applicant has submitted reports regarding RF emissions demonstrating that the facilities will comply with federal regulations. Standard conditions of approval for discretionary small cell applications have also been applied, including a condition requiring the applicant to provide a post-construction RF emissions report no more than 30 days after installation. Per U.S. code, the city may not regulate the placement, construction, or modification of wireless service facilities in a manner that prohibits the provision of personal wireless services. However, local governments may require a design that is visually compatible with the surrounding area. In addition to the conditions of approval that have been applied to past small cell applications, standard conditions of approval from the city's engineering division have also been included in a supplemental memo this evening. These conditions relate to prohibiting pole boxes in planted parkways, prohibiting above-ground equipment, requiring utilities to be reflected on final plans, protecting existing street trees, and other conditions related to submittal requirements. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, Class 3 for new construction, and adopt individual resolutions to approve zoning applications 19-31, 19-33, and 19-35, subject to conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, and we're available for questions.
Ms. Walsh, thank you very much for your report. Commissioners, are there any questions of Ms. Walsh or any other member staff on this particular application? This is actually applications. All right, seeing that, Ms. Walsh, I have.
Just one quickie.
Okay.
Sorry, just
Commissioner
one
Woods.
quickie. I just want to understand, see if you guys are applying the same thought process with each of these applications. Did you guys review any alternative locations for this particular pole?
So this is another application similar to the last where we discussed generally the idea of alternative locations, but ultimately compliance with the design guidelines was the primary consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Again, I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come forward. Good evening again, sir, and I do have to ask you if you have read the 3 sets of conditions of approval and if you agree with them.
Yes, I have, we do.
Okay, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
So to not be redundant, basically, same things that was said for the first site sort of apply to this site. However, just to reiterate, we did look at alternative site locations for these 3 and came up with these locations as being the best locations. And just to embellish a little bit, typically, I mean, we want to be in a commercial area. We want to be in an industrial area. It makes it easier for planning. It makes it easier for processing. So it is our first priority when we go through site locations is to do whatever we can to make it in an area like that so that we don't have to be in front of planning commission, city council, things like that. So, but on these 3 particular sites, we did look at alternatives, try to pick the best site in relationship to the existing structures and homes in that area. So.
Okay. Questions? Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, sir. I have just 2 questions for you. Do you know how many minor conditional use permits Verizon has been granted in this city?
For macro sites or for small cell?
Small cell sites. I know you have at least 1. We just did it.
No, but for minor conditional use permits. Not counting the one previous to this. Two. So 2 not counting the one we just received. Yeah, 2.
And could you help enlighten me as to why you haven't constructed any of them yet?
We just got the approvals.
Okay, and then my other question, and you may not know the answer to this, you probably don't, but a member of the public made a comment about some signage that she observed on poles in Palos Verdes that essentially said, "Don't stand under the pole." Are you familiar with anything along those lines in terms of cautions?
I don't know the Palos Verdes sites. Again, it just depends on, because Palos Verdes is a very difficult area, my guess is that a lot of those sites might not be small cell. They might actually be like the 20th and Tustin site, which are full macro sites. But again, not knowing the site, but every site is evaluated from an EME RF transmission perspective, and whatever the recommendations are from that study is what signage we apply to that facility. So if that case, if that recommendation was for that signage at that site, that's why it was applied.
Because a couple of these locations are basically right adjacent to the front yard of people's homes. Do you have any reason to believe that there'd be any restrictions that people might have for playing in their own front yard?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. I will open public comment portion of the hearing and ask anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, sir.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
I do have a quick question. You know, it seems the cell companies pick and choose everything they want. Has the city ever hired an independent contractor to evaluate the gaps that the cities or the companies are claiming? Because it's all about them and not about us, you, the city of Costa Mesa. And it seems logical to me that somebody should at least validate that their gap coverages are really what they claim. And especially if it's in a residential area. My other question is that you came up and you talked about the shot clock, 60 days versus 90 days. And on at least one of the applications, it says 90 days. Could you clarify that? Maybe you could ask the attorney to explain that, because I think that there is some confusion. And is there a way that you could actually not start the shot clock until the city has an opportunity on a specific application to review what they need to review? For instance, to validate the gap or whatever else might be inquisitive of staff, rather than have to run in 60 or 90 days, which doesn't seem to be very fair or efficient. My last comment is, seems like we're protecting the trees. I've heard the staff say several times now in reading that we're worried about the aesthetics and the trees, but maybe not the positioning of light poles or about the residents around that location. One of the things I did read said birds and trees and things like that do pick up on this radiation heat, and it is detrimental to them. If it's detrimental to them and staff is worried about trees, why aren't they worried about you and me? Let's see. My last one is that your requirement about 75 feet or 500 feet is just, I just don't understand. Is that a rule or is that not a rule? Is that just to bring it to Planning Commission and then rubber stamp it? Or is there some validity to, for instance, 75 feet? Is there a real reason that somebody arbitrarily or methodically picked that distance? Because the prior one got approved was 50 feet. I'm not sure what this one is, but it bothers me that, where's consistency? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And once we get through all the comments, I will ask staff to answer your questions so they have a little bit of time to prepare. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good evening. My name is Monica Dragisi, and I live... Mic down, okay. My name is Monica Dragisi. I'm a resident around the second proposed area. I have 2 young kids, and this is my first public hearing, but it certainly won't be my last. It's been a very enlightening process, both on the limitations and what apparently we can do to mobilize. So I have a couple of concerns. The process around the notification of this has been very spotty. We have people who are closer to the site who have not received notification. So I'm not sure how this was done and who got picked to receive the notification, but it has not been consistent. I would suggest that we have additional hearings and a town hall. I don't think many people know that this is going on, and I think we would all be interested. You can see how many of us are hanging out here at 9 p.m. when we have jobs to go to tomorrow because we're interested in this. I am concerned about the depressed property values. There is a HUD HOC disclosure that requires the real estate agent and the seller to disclose when there are cell phone towers of any dimension nearby. And I'm going to study up on that. And I am concerned about the impact to my house. I don't even know if this is relevant anymore, but in terms of a roadmap or strategy going forward, it seems to me that the city doesn't have a clear plan of how they will coordinate and monitor these various providers who are asking for these proposals to be approved. I agree with the gentleman before me. The verified gap in coverage, are we just taking their word for it? Does the city have any say in it, or an overarching guideline at least? And then I won't even go into 4 versus 5G. I am interested in hearing from the staff whether or not there is any noise pollution that will come as a result of these cell phone towers. We live very close to it. Somebody else made that comment, and I didn't even know that that was possible. The other thing that I'll bring up, and I would like that to be addressed, is studying up on this very quickly on page 90 of the planning document. There it shows 3 underground areas that will need to be located deep down, and I would like to understand from an aesthetic point of view how that will look on our greenways. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Carrie Lang, and on page 36, it talks about the signage. So they are putting the sign to alert individuals that they are entering an area where power density emitted from transmitting antennas may exceed the FCC's maximum permissible exposure limit for the general population, will be placed 30.8 feet above ground level, and it will be posted 2 feet below the antenna facing ROW. So, which is rather hard for people to see. I'm not that tall. In addition, the poles are supposed to aesthetically match everything that exists, but the new poles are considerably larger in diameter. I find it interesting that on page 47, they show the diameter of the new pole at 11.8 inches, but they do not give a diameter for the existing pole. The existing pole is at 27 feet at the top of the luminary, yet the top of the canister antenna will be at 34 feet. So for those houses that are 2 stories, you suddenly have a pole 7 feet higher than you did the day before. And in addition to what Monica said, they are also putting in 3 boxes that are needed for the electronics. And so for those people that have landscaped their parkways, how is that going to affect not only their landscape plans and their aesthetics, but are they going to have to put in concrete? How is that going to work for those people? And has anyone taken that into consideration with everybody who's re-landscaping to make sure that they are water-wise in their landscaping plans? And that ends my comments.
Thank you very much. And ma'am, I will also have staff answer some of your questions. I'm writing down as I go. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Becca Wall, still a resident. So again, the multiple sites has been brought up. I think that's important because when we do any construction in the city, we always get multiple quotes. So how could that not apply here? Also, if a site's installed and determined to be bad, who's actually going to pay to remove it? And how are we going to know that it's removed? And how are we going to know that it's been turned off? So like information on that. And then my other questions are, what happens if you say no? What happens to the city? I guess it's a legal question. If we turn one down and maybe our reason for turning it down was questionable. With that being said, I'd like to know why the prior 3 were denied. And then somebody mentioned about the notification. We live in a diverse community. I know that the tenants in my other unit, they are Spanish speaking only. And I can pretty well guarantee, the card I got was in English only, didn't even have a reference for where alternatives might be. And I know that that's a push from our city council as well, that we're working to identify diversity. And so those are folks that definitely could be affected but wouldn't know. And then my other point is, I understand small cells are the future, but it's frustrating as a consumer that cell phone companies are an oligopoly. That's an actual word, meaning that they are the minority of companies that manage the majority of this thing. And we have multiple applicants here, and why we're not pushing for them to work together. So when it comes to new technology and they want to price gouge, they are more than happy to work together. But when we're here on new technology where it really impacts all of us, like I don't have AT&T, I don't have Sprint, I don't have certain of these cells, so these aren't benefiting me. They're only a nuisance to me. They're a pole nuisance, they're a site nuisance. I have to sit and look at it, it's a nuisance. We drive by, it's a distraction. We may see more car accidents. I mean, there's all sorts of things we could do, right? But the fact that, they're willing to work together when it benefits them, but when it benefits us, they're more than willing to gouge us and not work together. And so I would encourage that maybe we could look at for the future process where these are in conjunction. So if there are gaps in certain areas, those gaps are from the mainline cell towers. And so those gaps would probably be existent for multiple carriers. And so if we could work where we identify like one pole maybe that has multiple carriers or something like that, so that everybody actually has to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Robin Leffler again. This is my hood. This one of these, the one on Country Club, is very, very close to my house. So I wonder if you guys are aware and have read the communication that you got from Raymond Walls. It brings up some really interesting points. For instance, he's asking you to read an example of a Supreme Court, California Supreme Court decision that was published on April 4th, 2019. The opinion seems to go that far beyond aesthetic standards. The focus of the lawsuit by T-Mobile West affirming the exercise of the opinion of the court is affirming the exercise of municipalities' full police powers to regulate small cell towers in the public's right-of-way, including that municipalities do have discretionary powers. These decisions give cities and counties the backbone and legal cover to create and enforce rules and ordinances to protect the public, the environment, and public land. These decisions are vital documents for local officials and decision makers, and will support a denial of these applications. On the aesthetic side, I think Ms. Lang brought up a very good point, and that is that there will be 3 in-ground concrete-lined boxes dug up in everybody's parkway that one of these poles is going to go in, and they'll take up their landscaping. There won't be anything on top of them that's sightly. They will destroy some nice aesthetics and replace it with some ugly ones. I think that the warnings about, tobacco, that's a very relevant thing that was brought up earlier, is people said this was good for you when it first came out. They got magazines to write articles exclaiming the virtues of using tobacco. And then they kind of toned it down and just, they didn't say, it was really a healthful thing to do, like a medicine or whatever. But they said that it was completely safe, not harmful at all. Well, now we know differently. I think we don't know enough about these microwaves, not microwaves, these this type of wave, to really make an intelligent decision about their effect on the public health and safety at this time. My heart just broke when you ruled for the one across from the enclave after that gentleman had said that his preschooler, his 2-year-old, was going to be exposed to that the window, it was directly across from his second-story window. So if this is not safe for preschools or firefighters, how can it possibly be safe for the rest of us?
Thank you. Have you spoken already on this one? Yeah. I don't think that's how it works, but maybe if on the next hearing, I can't really go there, but I appreciate it. This lady wants to speak. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Hello, I'm Julie Leone, and I live on Kinglet Court, and I've lived there for 25 years, and very concerned about this cell tower on Oriole and all throughout the community. For the aesthetic reasons, it's going to affect my property value significantly. I would not personally buy a home near a cell tower. And I was so happy with the underground utilities in that area. We have all underground utilities, so it's wonderful. We don't have all the power lines overhead. But this is, very, very serious matter. We were ill-informed. I talked to my neighbors. I did see a postcard in my mailbox, but they said they didn't see one in theirs. The timing of the meeting was poor. I just came back from Washington, D.C., arrived around 2 p.m. today, exhausted, time difference. Came here and just so worried about this issue. I think a lot of people were on vacation, were ill-informed. And, I would hope that at this point, think carefully about it, but I, propose that you actually deny this permit in this case. And I saw a website that I found, and I didn't spend much time, again, busy with work. It's called Environmental Health Trust USA, and they're talking about various cities throughout the United States fighting these cell companies and being able to do it legally. So anyway, that's something I found here, and I printed it, and it didn't come out very well. And they actually had Monterey, the city, the Planning Commission noted that they all denied permits, and I didn't actually go in and read that one, so I have it here, and they all were able to deny. So I don't understand how you're saying you can't do anything, but other cities are doing something, and the Planning Commission can deny it. So I think something's flawed, some of the analysis is flawed, and anyway, thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Yes.
Terry Walls, owner in Costa Mesa. So I'm an accountant, so I look at details, and I also rely on street signs. I don't use my GPS while I'm driving because I can't do two things at once. And I just turned to a page randomly 47, and it shows the old light post has the street sign on it, and then it says the new light post will have the street sign relocated on it. You can't tell me 3 feet difference isn't going to make an effect of if you can see that street sign when you need to see the street sign, so you can safely make your turn when in time to make your turn and all of that. I've never been on a planning commission. I've never determined where street signs should be or where light posts should be, but somebody did all that at one point in time, and where this light pole and where this street sign is was determined to be the best. And now magically, because Verizon wants to make money, it's no longer the best. 3 feet over is the best. So I just want to point out that we need to think about other things too.
Thank you.
You guys
Yes.
are really smart tonight. So Monica asked, is there something legally? And you got it right here. It says alternatives. You can deny this, and they can come back in 6 months, right? And reapply. So why are you misinforming the public? You can deny these things. It's right here. Look at alternatives. And also, I'd like to clarify, it's Pacific Palisades. You can look it up. They just mentioned Monterey. It's Pacific Palisades that's fighting this like crazy. And yes, they put the signs right at the bottom of the pole, do not stand under this. And they're not macro, they're micro, so you're misinformed on that. And also, I'd like to say that Monica wanted to get up and say, why don't we just, well, we've got the golfers up there, so they're not going to go for this, but why don't you just put them in the middle of the golf course? Put them right by Jim Raykheimer's house, because he's getting a lot of kickbacks off of all this. I really resent this. You're not even thinking of alternatives. You're just going along with whatever is easiest for Verizon or whatever company. And furthermore, I'd like to say that I know College Park and on the east side, I'm not sure about other neighborhoods, the Edison company moved the poles. Everything used to be undergrounded, and guess what? They strung the lights from each street light right zigzagging across the streets. Go look. They used to be undergrounded, and now they zigzag all through College Park and all through Eastside Costa Mesa. Who said that was okay? And furthermore, not all cities have boxes above ground. I don't see these all over Newport Beach. Why do we have those boxes above ground all over Costa Mesa? I don't see them in Irvine. I don't see them in Huntington Beach. Why does because it's easier for the Edison company, but it's not aesthetically better for Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay, seeing no one, would the applicant have any additional thoughts? Okay, none. So we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring it back up to the dais and see if there's any questions from the commission. I do have some questions for staff that I want to address that the community brought up, but I'll wait till you guys are all done. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have one simple question, and actually it was for the applicant, but maybe somebody else could answer it. But
well, I can certainly have him come up.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Because the public hearing's still open.
Okay. On page, a member of the public raised a question. It wasn't one that I had picked up on, but on page 36, there's the indication of this blue sign that would be mounted on the pole at the very top of the pole. And on this page, it indicates that the nature of the sign is to indicate that you'd be entering an area where the power density may exceed the FCC maximum. And if I just stopped reading there, I go, well, of course, because I'm near the top of the pole where all the action is. But the language went on to say, may exceed the FCC's maximum permissible exposure limit for the general population. So I thought, well, I can understand there being a sign there that might notify a worker. The general population obviously wouldn't be anywhere near the top of that pole. Could you help me understand the purpose of this sign?
Do you want to take this one? Well, no, the only reason I say is that there's, in RF, in e-emissions, there's public and there's occupational.
Understand.
So that's part of it. So I'm just not sure. In this case, it's intended to be, that's more of an occupational location because it'd be someone working on the pole. But depending on who's working on the pole, that might be someone that falls into the public domain. Say it's a, they might not be trained in it, like someone, say from Verizon, maybe working on the antenna. So I think we always side with the worst case scenario being, someone that may be from the public side, and therefore, if you're within, 2 feet of that antenna on that pole, you're within that range that's not good for someone from the public. Even though it's like having Braille at the drive-through.
I understand. I'll accept that answer. I have one more question for you, because there's been another reference to this idea about locating these near preschools and fire stations. Is it your practice to avoid citing locations that are adjacent to preschools? Is there any reason why you would opt not to locate one of these adjacent to a preschool?
No, we go to where our clients ask us to go to. So if they want to go in those locations, we proceed with those in those locations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Woods.
Hi, I have a kind of a nitpicky question. On handwritten page 50, I see a stamp. It says registered professional engineer, Kurt Blackburn. There's a number, and then it says expiration is 9/30/15. So why was this signed, certified by an engineer whose license expires on 9/30/15, and it's 2019?
What page?
Handwritten page 50?
No, it's going to be,
Okay, so
I got it. This is a pole drawing that was provided to us by Southern California Edison. So they provide us with their replacement drawings for the poles to be used for their assets. So this is what they gave us. So
Okay.
we can get an updated stamp on the drawings.
I think so, just so we keep the records
No
nice
problem,
and
yeah.
clean.
So if I can follow on to that, my guess is, and I don't know for certain, but the date of the drawing is actually October of 2003. My guess is that was a new design they came up with, and it's a design that they've been using since.
Yeah.
And so the drawing, I agree with Commissioner Woods, should be stamped so it's a little more close to our tonight.
We'll get Edison to update the drawing.
Yeah, there's not, it's a legitimate document in my perspective, so it's, all right. But I agree. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I will close public comment, and then I have several questions I want to follow up for on the public's behalf. First of all, the pull box dimensions, I'm seeing them as roughly 17 wide by 30 long by 15 inches deep, so they're below ground and the cover is at grade, am I correct? There's no boxes above ground.
That is correct. They are at grade.
Okay, thank you. Diameter of the existing pole that's going to be replaced, do we know that? We're going to 11 inches, 11.8 inches. What's the diameter of the existing poles if we know?
We don't have the exact diameter of the existing SCE pole. It does taper, so the diameter varies throughout the pole.
Okay. It's about what? Okay, so it goes from roughly 9 inches at the base, which is almost 3-inch difference. Okay. Has the city contemplated doing an independent analysis of independently evaluating gaps?
So this, or not this question exactly, but a similar question was asked when the staff originally presented the code amendment and design guidelines to the council. It's the idea of this sort of master plan of small cell facilities citywide, and whether either staff or the carriers could project where these future facilities might be located or proposed in the future. We did talk with an entire group of small cell carriers, as well as legal counsel and some local experts as well. And the consensus was that essentially gaps are based on proprietary information for each one of the carriers. and that because it's largely based on volume and capacity and need, that those numbers change fairly consistently. And so the information that we received was essentially that whatever information we got, it would only be good for roughly a year or two, and then it would change. So that was the information we discussed previously.
Okay, and quick history, distance, the guidelines on distance, 500 feet, 50, 75. How were those numbers arrived at? And obviously the council approved them in the design guidelines, so.
So I'm going to start with the first distance requirement of 500 feet. So the municipal code specifically says that whenever there's a small cell facility proposed within 500 feet of a residential zone, that minor conditional use permit is required, and that MCUP goes to either the zoning administrator or the planning commission. The permit goes to the zoning administrator if the facility is not within 50 or 75 feet, depending on the street type. If the facility is within 50 or 75 feet, depending on the street type, then it is presented to the Planning Commission for a decision.
And where did the 50 and 75 come from? Did just somebody thought that was a good number?
Mr. Chairman, just
Mr. Curtis.
quickly, previously in the design guidelines, we had sort of I'm going to call it a bit of a subjective approach towards distances when they went to the Planning Commission. It had to do with direct view.
Okay.
So when we brought it back to the Planning Commission, we had looked at what other cities were doing. At that point in time, the city of Irvine had just adopted their standards, and the 50 and 75 feet roughly equated to the distance on a residential street, 50 feet, from a pole to be directly adjacent to a house. And similarly, if it was on an arterial, to be directly adjacent to a house off of an arterial, with the thought being that when a facility is going to be located on a pole directly adjacent to a residential use, there's some desire to let the residents at that point be heard at a hearing rather than just at a staff level.
Okay, thank you. Question, and maybe Dr. Kramer would know this. Do small cell facilities generate any noise?
I don't know of any that do, because they use silent equipment. The only ones that I'm considering that would be the ones where the radio equipment itself is located underground. That's not the case here. So these would be silent, and in any event, they'd still have to comply with the city's noise ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And the question of multiple carriers occupying a single pole, is that a industry no-no, or is it a city no-no, or is it possible?
It's my understanding it's actually a Southern California Edison regulation. They do not allow multiple carriers on the same pole, typically for weight and foundation engineering reasons.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I got most of them. I heard the trees and the birds comment, and then you lost me when you said apparently the staff doesn't care about us, which is hooey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right, but I'm not going to even address that. Thank you, sir. Okay, that's it for me. Any other comments or questions of staff before I close the public hearing?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zick.
So I did have a question regarding this Supreme Court decision and the suggestion that somehow this gave at least this city, maybe cities in general, something beyond what we are currently understanding to be our areas of discretion. Could you help? Oh, okay, thank you.
Mr. Preziosi or Dr.
I will
Kramer?
defer to Dr. Kramer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kramer.
Well, I'm probably pretty well versed at this because I was the expert witness for the city and county of San Francisco in the trial itself. The Supreme Court decision, which came down a month or two ago now, answered one and only one question, which was, what does the word incommode mean? It's a question that's been open for over 100 years in understanding. And basically, the Supreme Court's decision was favorable for local governments. It gave us more aesthetic control. Under state law, a wireless carrier is like a telephone corporation. They have compulsory access to the right-of-way subject to time, place, and manner requirements. And this decision at the Supreme Court answered the question about manner and place, which is that local governments had more control than they thought and the industry thought they had. So this was a very limited question on aesthetics. Now, how does that play out currently? To the extent that the council has adopted aesthetic standards that really confirms that it meets the city's local requirements. But the question that the Supreme Court answered was just, can a city have aesthetic requirements for sites in the right-of-way? The answer is yes, and you do. So it's not a revolutionary decision as it applies in Costa Mesa.
So let me follow that up. And I don't know what the authority is between the document that I'm reading from, but the sentence specifically says, this important decision goes beyond aesthetics as a local regulatory issue. Are you saying that that's not the case, that the decision was limited specifically to aesthetics and did not go beyond aesthetics?
The question was whether aesthetics was one of the things that could be considered as to what incommodes the right-of-way. And again, the word that everyone was trying to struggle with was the word incommode. So this is an aesthetic decision. It is not a revolutionary decision.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and I did miss one other question. So, Mr. Preziosi, if you could, I think there was the member of the audience needed some information on clarifying the differences between the 60 and 90-day shot clock and how all that works. So if you could kind of give us a quick primer.
So for the federal shot clock, I'll again defer to Dr. Kramer on that.
After 25, 30 years of doing this, I know a few things. The FCC has a shot clock. It basically says that local governments have to act within a specific time to approve or disapprove a wireless application. That's interpreting the Telecom Act, where Congress said that we have to make a decision within a reasonable time. Congress didn't define what reasonable was, the FCC did. The nature of this project, and there are 3 shot clocks, 60 days, 90 days, and 150 days. Under the FCC's most recent interpretation, these projects tonight would fall under a 90-day shot clock because it's the replacement of a pole. It's not attaching on to something that exists and will continue to exist. It's a new pole. So we're under a 90-day shot clock. Under state law, Assembly Bill 57, if the project is not approved or disapproved within the shot clock period, then the project is deemed approved by state law. So there's a state law overlay as well.
One quick.
Vice Chair Harlan has a question for you, Dr.
One quick follow-up. Sorry. So just so we're all clear, the time period when the shot clock begins is when the project is deemed complete by the public agency?
You're absolutely wrong.
Well then, please, that's why I asked.
The FCC has also helpfully clarified it that the shot clock begins, day 0 of the shot clock is the day that the application is tendered, whether it's complete or not. And we have, for small cells, 10 days, which is different than the state shot clock. We have 10 days to determine whether a project is incomplete. If we do determine it's incomplete, then the shot clock one time resets to 0 and continues on. But the FCC has sped up everything. So the shot clock begins when the application, whatever form it's in, whether it's on the back of a napkin or on the official form of the city, it starts when it gets tendered. Wireless applicants are actually trying to, I think, game the system by wanting to email in applications, which is terrible policy. But it starts when we get it, not when it's deemed complete.
Good to know. Good question, Vice Chair Harlan. Thank you very much. Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask commissioners if they have any comments or a motion on these three applications. Really need somebody to jump in here.
All right. Okay, I will make the motion to approve these planning applications.
We have to do them one at a time.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Okay, so for zoning application 19-31, find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines, section 15303, class 3. And approve the zoning application subject to conditions of approval, including the one supplemental materials that were provided to the commission by staff. Do you want to take them in order, or?
Yeah, I think we should vote on it, and then we can come back and make the motion. I would ask the maker of the motion if you'd include in the conditions, the modification to condition number 11 that we made in the previous application.
Yes, I would agree to that.
Okay, thank you. Is there?
And the inclusion of updated engineering stamps for handwritten page 50.
I don't know that we'd want to condition that.
Is that something just staff can sort of follow up on and take care of?
We can ensure that we have updated stamps on the final
Okay.
plans.
Thank you. Thank you. I will second the motion. Any conversation, discussion of that particular motion? Call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay. Motion for ZA 19-33, if there is one.
I'll make that motion as well, to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines, section 15303, class 3, and approve zoning application 19-33, subject to conditions of approval as just previously codified.
Okay, and is that clear enough for the record, Madam Clerk? Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zick.
So this is the one on Country Club. I'm familiar with this location.
It is.
I walk past this one almost on a daily basis. It's on a property that is, well, it's almost on a property line, but it's on a property that is currently up for sale. And so I'm kind of curious, if that would have any bearing on public notice, I guess.
The public notices are sent to the property owner, so whether it's for sale or not, it would be the current owner as well as the occupant of that site. So if it's currently occupied, they would have received a notice. If it's not, they would still have received a notice, but there would be nobody there necessarily to get it. But it was still noticed. It does not, the situation of the property is not considered in noticing.
I also noticed that the sign was taped to the pole facing the sidewalk, not facing the street. So if you walk by, you'd notice the posting. If you drove by, you would not notice it. Is there a practice on how these notifications are physically posted?
It's typically faced toward the sidewalk because the idea is that the site is posted for the purpose of notifying the surrounding property owners as well as the neighborhood, and ideally they'll be walking by. Certainly if you were driving by the sign, it probably wouldn't be legible in any case. So it's really intended for the pedestrian crowd and the surrounding property owners and tenants.
Okay, well, it worked for me. I walk by the property. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I'll call for the question on the motion for 19-33.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay. We good?
All right. I'll move the approval of the third item, planning application 19-35, and find the project's categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines section 15303 class 3, and approve zoning application 19-35 subject to conditions of approval as previously discussed.
And I will second. Any comment on this particular motion? No, public comments closed, ma'am.
On this one?
Yes.
Number 3?
We took the public hearing, we took all three in one public hearing.
Oh, we're still on number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought it said.
No, this is the last of 3. You're fine. Okay, call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay, and all 3 of those decisions are final in 7 days unless appealed to the city council. Thank you very much, and that will bring us then to planning, public hearing number 3. Pardon me. Julie, please.
Public hearing item number 3, zoning applications 19-03, 19-04, 19-06, and 19-37. Request for 4 minor conditional use permits to install small cell facilities on top of Southern California Edison streetlight poles located within the public street right-of-way near 1620 Elm Avenue, 1641 Labrador Drive, 1300 Adams Avenue, and 1541 Wintergreen Place, respectively. This is a call to report any ex parte communications.
Commissioners, any communications to report? Okay, there are none. So, Mr. Glupos, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Willie Glupos, an assistant planner for the city. Similar to the previous applications, we have 4 minor conditional use permit for a small cell facility on top of an SCE light pole within 500 feet of residential zone. The applicant here today is AT&T. As previously mentioned by Caitlin, city has approved 36 applications, 3 has been denied, 31 applications in process, and to date, there's no small cell facility that has been constructed. AT&T requests approval of 4 minor conditional use permit for small cell facility, as mentioned. Majority of them will be located in the Mesa Verde neighborhood of Costa Mesa, and 1 is near Orange Coast College. Since they are the same design and configuration within the same general area, staff is presenting all 4 under one hearing but separate resolutions. They are reviewed by Planning Commission due to the proximity of residents in a residential zone. So the first proposal is located near 1620 Elm Avenue. It's located within a residential and commercial zone, adjacent to a parking lot located within 75 feet of a residence in a residential zone. The second location is near 1641 Labrador. It is within a residential zone and an institutional recreation zone east of Early College High School. It's within 50 feet of a residence in a residential zone. The third proposal is near 1300 Adams Avenue within residential and institutional recreational zone as well. It's right adjacent to Pine Creek Apartment Village and Orange Coast College. The last proposal is located near 1541 Winter Green. It is within a residential and commercial zone located 75 feet of a resident in a residential zone on a local street. Here are the renderings of the proposed facility. Each facility complies with the maximum height. The antenna and supporting equipment are integrated within the equipment shroud, and there are no above-ground cabinets or equipment proposed. Specifically, the design and configuration will incorporate the RRUs and antenna within an enclosed shroud. The applicant is proposing a streamlined design where the pole to shroud ratio is close to a 1-to-1 ratio. Again, as mentioned earlier, the proposed facilities meet the city's design guidelines with the exception of the location within 500 feet from a residential zone properties. All the proposal are located 3 feet from the existing pole. The material and color will be designed and textured to match the existing streetlight pole. It also meets the form and placement based on the design guideline where the ratio is close to 1-to-1. The wires and cables are inside the pole. It will utilize the smallest and lowest visibility notification sign. The boxes will be underground and it will not exceed the overall height of 35 feet. You've heard this before, US Code 332, local government may not regulate facility based on the RF emission. Again, the applicant, similar to the other applicants, has submitted reports regarding RF emission, and as mentioned earlier as well, the applicant will be providing a post-construction RF report no more than 30 days after installation. City may not regulate the placement and construction of these wireless facilities. However, we may require a design that is visually compatible with the surrounding area. We do have supplemental conditions similar to the previous applications regarding boxes as well as equipments. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is exempt from CEQA under 15303 Class 3 for new construction and adopt individual resolutions to approve zoning application 1903, 04, 06, 37, subject to the conditions of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glupos. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Mr. Glupos? Commissioner Woods.
I have a quick one. As I was reviewing the carbon copy RF report that was submitted for each of these applications, I couldn't help but notice that they're signed by Michael McGuire, electrical engineer, whose license expired on September 30th, 2019. Oh, wait, those are okay. All right, all good, never mind. It's getting late, thank you.
Okay. Any other? Okay, I will open the public hearing then and ask the applicant to come forward.
Just letting him know. He's having a
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Franklin Orozco. I'm here on behalf of AT&T for these 4 applications, and we are pleased to be able to be in front of you again to bring these 4 applications for additional coverage that we need in terms of the data rates. It is, as it was mentioned earlier, not necessarily something that there is a significant gap in coverage, but it basically is an augmentation of the signal for additional data rates that is has been increasing over time because of the amount of usage that everybody has in terms of all types of devices, computers and all that.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you real quick, I do need to ask because I moved past it. In fact, I didn't even ask it, but you've read the conditions of approval and you agree with them?
Yes, I have read the conditions of approval in addition to the supplemental conditions that were provided by the engineering department, and we're in agreement with
Excellent.
all those.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, so basically we're again asking for your approval on these projects. Again, these are all meeting the design guidelines and standards that the city has adopted for all locations. They, as you've seen on the presentation, they're all pretty much the same, similar to other applications that the Planning Commission as well as the zoning administrator has previously approved in the city of Costa Mesa. So, I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, commissioners, any question of the applicant? Commissioner Zick?
Thank you. Mr. Orozco, do you have any, does your company have any concerns or policies related to location of these small cell sites near firehouses or preschools? Do you have any policy relative to that?
Not necessarily. I mean, we actually, when we start the process, we actually have a target area where the RF engineer has directed us to locate a project. So we evaluate different locations based on the specifics of that pole, whether it's a wood pole or whether it's a light pole, and whether there is any impact to either on subterranean facilities and or above ground facilities in that area. I mean, if there is no other alternative but to locate, at a certain location, that's the only alternative we have.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. I will open the public comment and ask anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward, or these items.
Good evening again. Ray Walls, we are the owners at 1541 Wintergreen in Costa Mesa. I'd like to know if the city has ever approved within 19 feet, and possibly if this pole is moved 3 feet south, it'll be probably about 14 feet, something like that from our building. And in their diagram, it actually, the circle, the radius completely encompasses our property. When we were at the city planning department, we did talk with the applicant. And we asked him about the Rite Aid, kind of catty-corner from us. And he real quick said, oh no, it's too close to the preschool. So I'm kind of dumbfounded by staff, Mr. Zick's question of the applicant and the difference between the answer we got in front of Willa and now. Number two is, he says it's not really a full gap coverage. So in other words, 6 months from now, they're going to really need this? A year from now? We heard earlier testimony that these gap coverages only last about a year to 2 years, and then basically they don't need them necessarily anymore. So why are they burdening us now if they don't really need it now? Because that was his words just a minute ago. And adopted? Again, how many of these have been adopted within 19 feet of a property? I just don't understand. I can understand maybe 50 feet or 75 feet, but 19 feet, the first one you approved was 50 feet. And you heard what that gentleman had to say. This is even closer. This means if we're in the front yard, we're under the umbrella of this thing. If we're in the living room, we're still really under the umbrella of this thing. And again, the whole building, our tenants didn't get noticed. So, there is some issues about the notice. I take a little bit of discomfort that seems like staff and everybody is relying solely on your consultant. And I'm not questioning his ability or authority, but yet I read several different things in paper that are contradictory to what his statements were, including Mr. Zick's questioning about the Supreme Court ruling. Because if you look at that, it clearly says, other than just aesthetics. And it completely writes out about, enjoyment, quiet enjoyment of your property, and that you're not going to have negatives. Also, may I have a few more minutes, sir?
Well, there's 3 people behind us, sir. So
I realize.
You've spoken 3 times tonight, so I get the concerns.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
Again, just the property value is going to be diminished by at least 20% because of this mess.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Michael Stoddard. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa, also near 1541 Green. And first, I'd like to make a statement that the FCC's safety position for radio frequencies based on measured heat effect is not a long-term health effect. It shows that they have no interest in safety at all. I mean, heat effect is not a biological health effect. And the second thing I'd like to say is that California is a sanctuary state in direct contradiction with the federal law. So I'm not really sure what we're so worried about going against federal law, the Congress's regulations on radio frequencies here in California. And then, in respect and reference to the inverse square law that Dr. Kramer quoted, you consider also that as you close one half the distance, the power increases 4 times. So it goes both ways. Okay, just as a reference in case you were wondering how the inverse square law works. And my question to the commission here is, what about rejecting the cell phone facilities based on aesthetics, the aesthetics of having to live in a neighborhood that's populated with cell towers that lower property values? I mean, that to me is a very important aesthetic when you consider where you want to live. I mean, aesthetic or beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and if the people in Costa Mesa consider the beauty of their neighborhood as being related to the existence of cell towers in their neighborhood, then I don't consider why you shouldn't reject all of these cell facilities on the basis of that aesthetic, the aesthetics of having cell towers in your neighborhood, which is, like I said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and I think that the way that people here are expressing themselves should be considered more than the cell phone companies and FCC's regulations, which basically reflects the industry's interest in profits, not the health of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, my name is Yvette, and I actually live at 1541 Wintergreen Place. I had a lot of things to talk about, but again, we're not going to go health issues, but we're going to go back. I did submit some photos to you. This is a photo of actually outside of my window. The proposed light pole is on the other side of the wall to the left. I want to know how long this project is going to take. You guys had done some sidewalk work. That took a while. There's already enough congestion with cars. Are they going to be bringing in stuff to basically take up more parking? Basically, how long is it going to take? I'm going to be listening to this for who knows how long. And if it is declined or denied and it doesn't pass the regulatory, who's going to take care of that? Those realistically were my points. Where it's at, it does encompass the whole home. I also kind of proposed, why not move it to the park? It actually would take in more residents that would have the cell service instead of this one section that then goes into the back of Rite Aid, where it really doesn't gonna get. So again, it's just a proposal to possibly move it. I'm not opposed to it, it's just possibly moved somewhere else.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zick.
Just real quick, this last speaker, did you say, what was your name again?
Yvette.
Are you the one who is the realtor with the Elizabeth Doe team?
Yes.
Do you have any empirical evidence that ties, because you mentioned you're concerned about your property value. Do you have any empirical evidence to support that concern?
I didn't say I was concerned about property value.
I misunderstood.
But in my experience, whenever we take clients out, whenever they see a light pole, whenever they see any kind of pole, they don't want that home.
Okay, I misunderstood you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
All right, Becca Walls, I'm the co-owner of 1541 Wintergreen Place. I also am a resident there. So a couple issues. There's actually some errors in the application, so including the zip code. So I'm concerned if they're doing sloppy work on the front end, what's it going to look like when they actually install the pole? What happens if you guys get bad reports? Who's going to remove the pole? What happens if you deny it tonight? What will be the follow-up? According to the staff report, then the applicant can't apply for another 6 months. Also, I was present at the meeting at City Hall with Mr. Orozco, was kind enough to answer some questions. And when we asked about the alternative placement, again, that was in front of Willa, he quickly responded that we couldn't put it over closer to Rite Aid because there's a preschool there, and I assure you that I spend far more time in my house than those preschoolers spend there. Most preschoolers spend 2 or 3 days a week, 6 to 8 hours in a preschool, and I live there full-time, as well as I own it. So you're looking at my residence as well as my income property. So I do have some really strong concerns about that. So it tells me that there's something wrong with this. There's something wrong with the location. If it's so close to my house, it is currently, I sent you guys pictures of measurements. It is 18 feet and 3 inches from my living room wall. It is 9 feet from my property line, and it is on the easement. And depending on which direction you move it, my property actually sits about 16 inches above the ground. So even at that 35 feet, the angle, everybody knows about angles, the projection is actually going to be closer to my home. In addition, depending which end of the 3 feet you move it, you're going to either destroy my planter that I have to pay to take care of because of Title 20, or you're going to go the other side, which actually puts it closer to my residence, which puts it more like 16 and a half, 17 feet to my residence. I do have concerns about all the digging up of the sidewalk. That sidewalk was recently redone. The construction on that sidewalk, the city did a terrible job. I had to complain several times for them to remove debris. There's still dirt and stuff from when they did that. And so if you had no oversight on a sidewalk, I don't really trust the oversight on something this important. Also, I can and will see this tower from my kitchen window. I will see it from my living room window and my front yard. And if you look at a satellite view, I have a playground for my fur children in the front yard, and I spend a great deal of time up there. Any one of my neighbors, you can ask them. Also, I don't like how it was posted only facing the sidewalk. Let's get real. People are not out walking. Some people are. I walk, you walk, but where's all my neighbors? Like, Yvette didn't know it was there until I said something. So really, people weren't notified. People were not notified. So I do have a lot of concerns. I'm asking that it's moved further from my house. Alternative location in the park actually would give you a 75-foot radius. It wouldn't even need a permit because you'd be without of your own radius. So please, 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 you're talking like this is in my home, basically. And if you look on page 136 in the report, it covers my whole house.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello again. I perceive that Dr. Kramer neatly sidestepped your question about the Supreme Court decision, and so I will read from that decision. And I believe, reading this, I believe that you have much more authority over this than you have exercised tonight, much more. Okay. Contrary to the California Supreme Court said, contrary to plaintiff's argument, the incommode clause need not be read so narrowly. As the Court of Appeals noted, the word incommode means to give inconvenience or distress to or to disturb. But travel is not the sole use of public roads. Other uses may be incommoded beyond the obstruction of travel. For example, lines or equipment might generate noise, cause negative health consequences, or create safety concerns. All these impacts could disturb public road use or disturb its quiet enjoyment. Under the California Constitution, cities and counties may make and enforce within their limits all local police, sanitary, and other ordinances and regulations not in conflict with general laws. California Construction Article, these are all cited, so I won't read all the citations. General laws are those that apply statewide and deal with matters of statewide concern. Los Angeles, 1947, California Code, da-da-da. The inherent local police power includes broad authority to determine, for purposes of the public health, safety, and welfare, the appropriate uses of land within a local jurisdiction's border. Then it has several citations, several different areas. The local police power generally includes the authority to establish aesthetic conditions for land use. It includes, it does not limit it to aesthetics. The parties also agree that the franchise rights confirmed are limited by the prohibition against incommoding the public use of roads, and that local governments have authority to prevent these impacts. The city has inherent local power to determine the appropriate uses of lands within its jurisdiction. The power includes the authority to establish aesthetic conditions. We also disagree with plaintiff's contention that the Section 7901's incommode clause limits their right to construct telephone lines only if the installed lines and equipment would obstruct the path of travel. Contrary to plaintiff's argument, the incommode clause need not be read so narrowly. As the Court of Appeals noted, the word incommode means to give inconvenience or distress to or to disturb. Then more citations, including Merriam-Webster's dictionary as of April 3rd, 2019. And there's more. But as you can see, this is not a narrow interpretation. You have broad authority here.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello again, Carrie Lang. I'm a Mesa Verde resident, and of the 7 small cell proposals that are being reviewed tonight, except for the one on Oriole, which is in the Bird Streets and at the far end of Mesa Verde, all of the rest of these are between Harbor and the entrance to the Private Country Club and between Geisler and Baker. There's 7 small cell towers that you're putting in a very, very close proximity to all of our homes. In addition, one of the things we all love about Mesa Verde is the aesthetics of it. And now you're putting 7 of these 7-foot taller lamp posts, all going to be seen. It's not like we have lots of places to put high-rise apartments. We are all at a 2-story limit by code. We are all single-family residents in that area, except for the area over by Rite Aid that have the older apartments. And there's only, 2 or 3 units, I believe, max. So I don't understand why you guys are going to say, okay, let's put in 7 of these small cell towers when the residents are already concerned both about aesthetics, property values, and we've obviously mentioned health issues, which you say you can't listen to. But the aesthetics are really important. And these underground boxes that they're putting that are at ground level, yeah, they're at ground level. But if you have spent tons of money restoring and re-landscaping your yard and your park strip so that it all matches and it goes with your house and it improves your property values, and somebody's going to come and they're going to dig it up, they're going to move your lamppost, they don't fix the soil because they didn't fix it when they replaced my lamppost, and it has sunk, and then they're going to put 3 boxes you can't really plant around, that's not fair to the homeowner either. Just something to consider.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello. So I'm new at all this, but a couple questions. When everyone was talking about the designation of the 50 feet, and then this, I can't see who's in the corner, but he answered, if I wrote it right, the 50 feet rule is so that residents can be heard at a public hearing if it's going to be within 50 feet. But I don't understand for what benefit when the commission's saying they can't stop it. So kind of feels like a waste. But I apologize. I was a little late because I thought the meeting started at 6:30. So I missed the introduction of Dr. Kramer. I'm curious what company he works for or who he works for, or kind of because it kind of feels like the angle he's coming from, no matter what we ask, is that he's for the cell towers. Just my opinion. On page 174 in this package is also a plan that was drawn up in 2003 with the license stamp of the 2015 expiration stamp. And I do understand plans a little bit, being an accountant in the real estate industry and an investor. And there is some updated date stamps up above that says through June of 15. Knowing technology, the little bit I do, I can't believe there isn't new technology in 4 years, that these plans shouldn't have changed or even significantly changed since '03, that they should have been new plans. The person who lives at Wintergreen mentioned her fur babies, which are my granddogs, and they're there 24/7, so they're not just there a few hours a day, and they have smaller body mass or whatever that whole equation was back in the first one, so they're going to be affected by the 9 feet, 6 feet, 16 feet, 17 feet. I am a property investor, and my husband's a real estate property real estate broker. I do have a source. Mr. Zick had asked about, yes, this one happens to be in Mariana and Sonoma, which I know we're in Southern California, not Northern, but it does talk about the buyers canceling, escrow walking away, and the price of the house ended up having to be reduced by $150,000, and the stated reason was because of the cell tower. I also have a website called News and Commentary. Cell towers antennas problematic for buyers. An overwhelming 94% of home buyers and renters surveyed say that they're less interested in anything that has a cell tower involved. Okay, so I'm shaking. So page 8 of the blue sheets on this says, deny the project is an alternative. I am asking at this time that you deny, if not all 4 of them, that you deny the project on 1541 Wintergreen. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is great. Okay, so my question is, tomorrow morning's public request record, which I frequently get denied, which is illegal, but I'm going to do it anyway. I want to know how much Dr. Kramer was paid to come here. And basically what I feel, the city hired him to work against the residents of Costa Mesa. I don't understand this. He's saying that he was an expert witness in a case where he was working against the city. So why would Costa Mesa hire someone like that? And then how much did they pay? And he said that his analogy is based on things from 1997. Look at all the new, I don't even understand a lot of times what the city is spending money on to actually work against the residents. And I'm the person that went ballistic about all this 4 years ago because Willa was just passing all the cell phone things. They were not coming before the Planning Commission. Remember Mr. Harlan and Mr. Derrico? Okay, and I want to know why you had to recuse yourselves then, but you don't now. You, Ms. Stefan Andranian, you two and Stefan Andranian had to recuse yourselves. Remember?
I do.
So if you could give an explanation, I'll find out how much. No offense, Dr. Kramer, you're a really interesting person. But I don't think we need to spend money on things like this. I think that there's enough intelligence in the city of Costa Mesa to work on this without hiring someone to work against our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay, I'll close the public comment and have the applicant come back up. And if you would like to offer any final comments, or if there's any questions from the commission also. Okay, we'll get to you in a second.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Commissioner Colbert, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Roscoe, I was going through, and I think not Yvette, but I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Becca asked a question related to construction and maintenance, and so in written page 101 and also page 61, it talks about construction and maintenance. But in that document, it's the paragraph seems to be duplicated. In one area, in the first paragraph, it says that construction of the proposed project will take approximately 30 days, and then a second duplication, it says it'll take approximately 30 to 60. Could you provide clarification just for the public?
Sure. We normally get a permit for a duration of 30 days. The actual installation of the pole, putting the foundation for the new pole, and that's done by SCE, that typically takes about a week to do that. So they come in and they actually install the new pole, while the other one remains until all the power electricals have been transferred to the new pole. But once that happens, then AT&T comes in and installs the shroud with the antennas and the radio equipment on the pole itself. So that, again, it's a matter of less than a week to do that work.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Woods and then Commissioner Zick.
This question is for Mrs. Lee, and I have another prickly question. So we heard from one, actually earlier today, when we were discussing other planning applications, you mentioned there was one project that we reviewed pretty recently where there was a very significant aesthetic impact. It was you could see the cell tower, you could see the small cell facility from a property that was across the street. And at the time of that public hearing, you mentioned that, planning staff didn't really consider that as an aesthetic impact because the property didn't abut the cell tower and it was across the street. And so now, during public testimony, we're hearing that we have a resident who can view, who abuts the project area and can see the light pole directly from her living room, and I think she said dining room, kitchen, kitchen, dining room, all of it. So if the other situation was a significant, you said it was significant. Do you consider this one a significant aesthetic impact?
So the example I was referring to is related to our conversation about when we had regulations related to direct view. So in that situation, we were talking about whether it was appropriate for the Planning Commission to review that application because it was in direct view. Aesthetics, as we've discussed here this evening, is subjective. The MCUP findings are the criteria that we use to determine whether or not to recommend approval or not, and those findings are primarily related to visual compatibility within the context of the neighborhood. So given that this facility, as well as the past one, we recommended approval of both because they provided a streamlined design that met the design guidelines.
Okay, thank you, sir. Unless there's any questions of the applicant, any more questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many applications have been approved for AT&T?
The last time I counted was 14.
And you haven't built any of those yet, correct?
No, not yet. The process that we are following is that in order for us to be able to order the power design from SCE, we need certain type of documentation. We are unable to get that documentation until we get to the encroachment and permit process. So from the time that we get that and the time that we order our power designs and fiber connection as well, it takes about 3 months to get that through that process. So that's why there's a delay, and hopefully you'll see some of these soon being built. But that's basically created delay in terms of getting these things up and running.
No more questions for the applicant. I do have one for staff, though.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much.
I wanted just to clarify a couple of items that were brought for the Wintergreen project. In terms of the locations that we look at, I mean, and I was mentioning about the right location. We had a broad review of that area in terms of whether or not we could utilize other poles that are on the adjacent street. So I did get some, after talking to the property owners at the counter, I went ahead and inquired that from our RF engineer, and they told me basically that the target that we're trying to accomplish here is really towards the multifamily, residential area there. That moving it further south wouldn't really do us any good because then we'll have 2 more poles in the general vicinity instead of just 1. And so that's the purpose for that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the pole boxes are going to be based on the new conditions from engineering. They're going to be on the sidewalk now. They're no longer going to be in the parkway. So that really, will resolve as far as any disruption to any landscaping that is there in the parkway, if there's anything. That's about it, and that's all I have.
Okay, I have a question for you. So what's the process that you go through? What kicks off the process where you make an evaluation as to whether or not an area needs a small cell site? Do you just go out and you're constantly surveying your service area, or do you have 3 or 4 customers, let's say in the Wintergreen neighborhood, that say, my cell service sucks, can you guys do something to improve it? How does this whole evaluation process work, and what's the genesis of it? What sparks you guys to go out and look at an area and say, hey, you know what, we could probably use something here?
Sure. It's a combination of things, and a combination of actually getting customer feedback as far as the service itself. The engineers do evaluate through their computer models as far as where the highest amount of data demand is, so that they can be able to then satisfy that customer need as well. And there may be other things too that they actually do, and they actually do go out there and do actual drive tests to determine whether or not there's a certain amount of if a new small cell will be required there to be able to meet that need. So it's a combination of things. Once they identify that, then basically they will provide us with a project to go out there in a location, not a specific location, but just a general area within about 250 feet to be able to do a search. As this was mentioned, these small cells, they don't cover too much. So, moving it 500 to 1,000 feet in one direction, it doesn't really do us any good in terms of meeting the coverage objective.
I think I got it. Commissioner Zick?
My question is for staff.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I will close the public comment.
So what I'm trying to, so this wintergreen property has me a little bit concerned, and I'm looking at page 136 of the staff report, which helps me think about the thing I'm concerned about. And anywhere along Mace Avenue, adjacent to that property, is the short side of the property. You couldn't get any closer to the home anywhere along its frontage than to be along Mace. And I don't know if we've had other properties that have had this kind of proximity from the livable space to the pole. And quite frankly, I haven't been looking at that distance or that measurement to know. So that's sort of my question, because this seems awfully close to livable space. The location on Country Club is one I'm more familiar with because I was really looking at that one. And it's close to a garage. The livable space is further away. In many properties where the frontage off the street is 20, 25 feet. It'd be that kind of a distance from the pole, but this one's pretty close. Do you have a sense of this property compared to others in terms of occupiable space and the distance to the poles?
So I don't have a quantitative sense. We've approved, I believe, 36 small cell facilities. They're all at varying distances. I think we can make some generalities, though, from the perspective of what's a required setback in a residential zone. And on a side yard, it's typically 10 feet. In a front yard, it's typically 20 feet. There are some exceptions to that, obviously. So I think from a residential the perspective of the location of buildings within a residential zone compared to the public right-of-way, this is probably typical. I think most of the applications we've seen have been a little bit further away. This is probably one of the closer ones if I looked.
And that would probably be because most of them, the pole is in front of the property, as opposed to this case where it's essentially on the side of the property.
To the side yard. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Colbert.
I just had one question, Ms. Lee, for you as well. I think Becca or Yvette also brought this up related to the 3 denials. Is it possible for us, if you may know offhand, what those denials were for of the 3 previous projects? If not, then can we get some type of report on that?
Yes, I'll give some general information. The 3 denials were for 5G facilities. They were the first 5G facilities proposed in the city of Costa Mesa, and they proposed a different design than we had been seeing from other carriers. As you've seen from tonight's presentations, it's a fairly consistent aesthetic design. It's a fairly consistent visual treatment. That's because of the adoption of the design guidelines for the applications that were denied. There were RRU boxes on the exterior of the poles on both sides. They were not within a shroud, they were not visually screened, and for those reasons, staff recommended denial. Following that decision, staff proposed design guidelines to the Planning Commission and the Council.
Okay, does that answer your question? Okay. So, Mr. Preziosi, or help me with, I want to understand. So we have design guidelines that, for the most part, would, I'm guessing, and correct me if I'm wrong, provide a regulatory and a legal framework by which we can make findings to deny on aesthetics. Is that kind of a correct summation of that?
Correct.
Okay. So if we are to make findings for denial based on aesthetics, we would have to conclude that somehow this particular application is outside the bounds of our design guidelines.
Correct. You'd have to base your decision on facts of the record, either in the materials or in testimony that came forth at tonight's hearing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any more questions of staff? Okay, then I'll close the public hearing and ask the commission if there is a motion or the beginning of motions on the 4 applications before us. Or is it going to be the Byron and Jeff show tonight? Okay. So I will move that the commission approve zoning application 19-03 and find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines, section 15303, class 3, new construction or conversion of small structures. Per the findings and subject to the conditions of approval in Exhibit B, with the addition of engineering, City of Costa Mesa Engineering Division conditions of approval provided in the supplemental memo dated May 24th, and modify condition number 11 per the previous applications to require in-field post-installation testing with peer review of that subsequent report.
I'll second that.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, I will call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay. So move approval of zoning application 19-04. Find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA, section 15303, class 3, subject to findings, conditions of approval as articulated by the chair in the previous motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion on that application? Commissioner Colbert, did you have a comment? No. Okay. Call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay, and then move approval of zoning application 19-06. Find that the project is categorically exempt from provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines, section 15303, class 3, new construction or conversion of small structures based on the findings in Exhibit A and conditions of approval in Exhibit B with the same additions and modifications to the conditions of approval as the previous 2 applications.
Second.
Thank you. So there was a motion by the chair, seconded by Commissioner Colbert. Is there any comment? Call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay. And then finally, move approval of zoning application 19-37. Find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines section 15303. Subject, based on the findings in Exhibit A, subject to the conditions of approval in Exhibit B with the supplemental memo of conditions of approval and the modified condition number 11 as per the previous motions. Is there a second?
I'll second this one as well.
Okay. Any comments on the motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zick and then Vice Chair Harlan.
I would like to propose a substitute motion that we continue this item until our next scheduled meeting, assuming staff can accommodate that in our schedule, to give the applicant an opportunity to study this location further and determine if there is another pole that will satisfy their engineering requirements and be further away from an adjacent property.
I'll second.
Okay, could I have staff tell me where we are on the shot clock with this application?
Yes, we're calculating the number of days now, but we believe we're very close to the shot clock. So what I would suggest to the commission is that before taking a vote on this particular motion, that we request that the applicant to confirm whether or not they would agree to a tolling agreement that would provide adequate time.
A tolling of the shot clock.
A tolling of the shot clock, yes.
So, sir, if I could have you come to the podium, please. So I want to make sure you understand that there's a substitute motion on the floor that is essentially asking for a continuance of this item to allow you to explore alternative locations, I'm assuming in concert with some of the property owners, and probably would require a tolling of the shot clock. Would you be willing to accept that?
I think as I explained earlier, we actually looked at the other locations of the poles in Deodar. Those were not feasible locations from the RF's perspective. There are other wood poles as well, but they are also impacted in terms of the GO 95 that you're probably familiar now from the last wood pole applications that we had. So
your desire is to proceed?
Well, most likely, we'll if there is another location, we'll be across the street from this one. It wouldn't be anything different, but we're willing to work with the city and come back to that. I don't know where we are with the shot clock myself in terms of the number of days left, but we need to explore the tolling agreement with the city.
Okay, thank you, sir. So sounds like you may be willing to, but let's see where we are with the shot clock. So
We're at 79 days. We have 90 days to make a decision on this application. Staff would request a tolling agreement to allow for additional time to accommodate the commission's request.
And so I need a definitive yes or no if you'd be willing to toll past the 90 days.
I think on behalf of AT&T, like I said, we want to be, we want to work with the city, we want to be good neighbors, and, if we can explore, come back to you and let you know that the other locations that we already did explore are not viable locations. If that satisfies the commission, we can do that.
Thank you. So Commissioner Zick, I would ask that you, in your substitute motion, give us a date certain on when it comes back to us. My preference would be the June 10 meeting.
Well, and I sort of said that, if staff can accommodate this on our next meeting's agenda, that's what I would prefer.
So, okay.
Chair D'Arrigo, if I can make a comment.
Please.
The shot clock encompasses a number of unknown factors at this point. So, in essence, they'd be seeking further information from the applicant to provide to staff and then to the commission. And I don't know whether or not the applicant could get that information within that time period. So I would suggest that the commission stipulate how long the shot clock is going to be told for purposes of this coming back, or if it will just be told until it comes back to SCE, until the applicant can provide the information to the city.
So I have two questions. That's clearly a question I need to ask the applicant, how long it would take him to kind of figure out. Second question is a verbal agreement to a tolling agreement sufficient, or does it need to be some kind of written document?
On that specific issue, only because it deals with FCC regulations, I would ask Mr. Kramer to opine on that narrow issue, whether we need to have it in writing or verbal agreement would suffice.
All right, Dr. Kramer?
Chair, Commissioners, it's fairly common for an applicant to give a verbal assent. It's recorded, and then the rules require a writing. The writing in this case is your video record, so it would be sufficient if the applicant does agree on the record.
Thank you, Dr. Kramer. So, sir, if I could ask you a question. If the motion was to bring this back to our June 10 meeting, would that give you enough time to figure out if the poll across the street would work?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, we can do that quickly.
Ms. Lee, do you have anything to add?
Just that we continue the item to a date certain so that
I agree.
renoticing does not occur, because our noticing deadlines have already passed for the June 10th meeting. Other than that, looking ahead, we have a number of small cell applications on the next meeting as well.
So I would ask then, because I don't believe I've closed the public hearing, I would ask Commissioner Zick that you move to continue the public hearing on this item, so that I don't believe we would have to renotice it, would we, if we continue the hearing?
No, you will not have to renotice it. I will add for the motion that as part of your motion, that the applicant agree to a certain number of days, once it comes back on the 10th, that the shot clock will be told for an additional certain number of days before it comes back to the city council, so they can be the final decision makers.
So if there was,
if there was an appeal within 7 days,
yeah.
And it comes back to city council, because that is included within the shot clock. So
Right.
30 days, 60 days, whatever is a reasonable time for it to get noticed on the city council agenda.
If it's appealed.
If it's appealed. Or called for review.
So I'm not sure what you're suggesting.
So he's suggesting that we put a definitive time frame on the shot clock. For instance, the shot clock will toll until, and this is just example, July 1.
Okay.
So it builds in time, and correct me if I'm wrong, time to get all this together, and then come back to us, and whatever we decide, either they appeal or they appeal, it goes to city council, and if the shot clock is not tolled from between the time we say yes and it's appealed, the city council will have no decision to make because the shot clock will run out. So what you want to do is toll the clock to allow for enough time for an appeal process, essentially.
Correct.
So if we come back on the 10th, we approve, it has to be appealed by the 17th to the city council. City council's probably, because they're in budget, they're going to have their budget at the end of June, so they're not going to want to hear this dealing with a budget. So my
Mr. Chairman,
guess it would be a second or third meeting in July.
I think the minimum time would be 45 days from today. 45 to 60 days to toll it would be sufficient to have enough time to notice to a city council meeting if it's appealed.
So, which takes me back, my comfort level would be to toll it for 60 days, and my question to you would be, that be acceptable to you?
Well, basically, we'll look at the shot clock, and if there's enough time right now in the within the shot clock, where we'll look at our dates, then we may not necessarily need that much time. But if that's 45 days is what we're looking at?
45 to 60? If I just want to, I don't want to presume to impose on the council something on their schedule that they may be not wanting to deal with, because this is a very important budget cycle. They're about getting ready to finish up off of next month.
Yeah.
So,
Well, preliminarily, I guess that if that's what you were requesting, I don't see any problems with that, to allow that that amount of time. Hopefully, we'll have a decision by next meeting.
So Commissioner Zick, I would ask you that we modify the motion to, Dr. Kramer, do you have a comment?
I apologize for intruding, but you have a ambiguous answer to the previous question.
I was going to get
An
a
ambiguous
clarity.
question.
Yeah, I was going to seek clarity on that.
Okay, what's the ambiguous?
Did he agree to 45 days? Did he agree to 60 days?
All right, well, let's put it this way. So either 45 or 60. 60, we started at 60, so you agree to that?
If for 45 days is sufficient, that would be good, but.
So you
Again,
would prefer 45?
It would be- Yeah, if it's sufficient enough for an appeal process.
Mr. Preziosi?
My office would like a clear answer as to whether or not the applicant agrees to toll the shot clock for either 45 days or 60 days
Okay,
from
so.
today's date.
Thank you, Mr. Preziosi. I perfectly understand that question. So I'm going to request of the maker of the motion that we toll it for 45 days. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Thank you. So Commissioner Zick, I would ask that you amend the motion to continue this item to the June 10 meeting with the provision that we, with the agreement of the applicant, toll the shot clock for 45 days.
I agree to that amendment.
Okay, second, was there a second of the substitute motion? Do you agree with that? Did you say, okay?
And I had some comment.
Okay, go ahead.
There is obviously what I'm interested in is getting this pole further away from the property. That's the reason I'm seeking this. There is a diagram that the property owner provided in their correspondence to us that you may have seen. It has two very prominent red arrows on it, suggesting that the pole may either move north or the pole may move south. Obviously, if it moves south, then it's even closer to the property. So if the pole could move north, that may be an alternative also that you should, I see shakings of heads. Okay, well. So we've got my motion and I'm done with my comments.
Chair, if I may,
Ms. Lee.
I apologize for the interruption. I was looking primarily at our noticing requirements to ensure that we could make the June 10th meeting, but something that I think we should consider also is if the location does change, that may also change our 500-foot radius. And in that case, we may want to consider renoticing this item, and in that case, I would suggest the June 24th meeting to ensure that we have enough time to do that.
Complications. So, was the motion to continue the public hearing? Okay. Okay, well, that would require probably a 60-day toll.
Question for staff on this timing. If this item were approved tonight, not my motion, but the item, and it was appealed to City Council, can you explain to me how their review of this item and the shot clock work together?
So if the item was appealed to council, we would again ask the applicant to toll the shot clock to allow for time for that appeal to occur. That has been our practice, and most applicants have agreed to those tolling agreements in the case of an appeal or a call up for review.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if I could have you come to the podium again. So, out of deference to my staff, which I will give deference to all the time because they have to handle all these bonfires that we create, is 60-day unacceptable tolling. So in other words, I need to ask you, would you agree to a 60-day tolling of the clock from this decision tonight? Yes or no?
Yeah, if it pleases the commission, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So, maker of the motion, will you modify the motion to include the tolling of the clock for 60 days and bringing back the item at the June 24th meeting? I accept that. Okay, how about the second? Okay, any comments on the substitute motion? I will call for the question.
That motion carried 5-0.
Okay, we will come back on the 24th for that last particular item. Thank you very much all for your patience. And I would ask, we move to departmental reports. And I have a feeling we're going to be light on this. Mr. Mejia, any public services report?
No reports tonight.
Mr. Curtis, Development Services.
No reports tonight, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Preziosi, City Attorney report.
Very brief comment.
Yes.
SB 50, which has been much anticipated as we know, has now been upheld. It's in the suspense file for the Appropriations Committee. Therefore, it is not going to be heard by the legislature this year. There's another bill that is still in the Assembly, and this is SB 302. And while it doesn't, AB 302, while it doesn't directly implicate the Planning Commission's power because it's a revision to the Education Code, nonetheless, if it goes forward, it would allow for community colleges or mandate that community colleges allow students, enrolled students, to be able to sleep overnight at the community college parking lots in areas designated for that purpose in their cars.
Terrific. All right. Mr. Preziosi, thank you very much for your legal counsel tonight. It was very valuable to me, and I'm sure the other commissioners, so we appreciate your expertise tonight. Seeing that there are no other reports, we will stand in adjournment to our next regularly scheduled meeting of June 10th. Good night.